All right. Good evening, y'all. Welcome to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina, USA. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very good. Thanks for tuning in with us. My name is Caleb Beissert. I'll be your host this evening. And we have a great show for you tonight. I'm so happy to have our friends from BeLoved Asheville in the house to talk about the good work they're doing here in Asheville, and I hope you will support them. And we'll tell you how you can do that in just a little bit. I'm going to warm things up with some poems for you, so sit back and relax and enjoy the open mic. And we appreciate the likes, comments, and shares. Let us hear from you. We love to hear from you. All right. Let's do this. And big shout out to our sponsors, Sovereign Kava, where we've been doing the open mic now, keeping us going for 10 plus years here in Asheville. So cheers to that. And y'all stop by. They're open for to-go orders. Only masks are required. And yeah, please stay safe and support the bar. All right, and big shout out to our friends listening in down at the bar right now. Hey, y'all. And shout out to our friends all over the world now joining us globally for Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Here's some poems for you. This first one comes from the Spanish of Federico Garcia Lorca. This is Casita of Tears. I've closed my balcony doors because I do not want to hear the weeping. But behind these gray walls, you do not hear anything other than the weeping. There are so few dogs who bark. There are so few angels who sing. 1,000 violins fit in the palm of my hand. But the weeping is an immense angel. The weeping is an immense dog. The weeping is an immense violin. The tears muzzle the wind, and you do not hear anything other than the weeping. And this is from Merwin, the present. As they were leaving the garden, one of the angels bent down to them and whispered, I am to give you this as you are leaving the garden. I do not know what it is or what it is for, what you will do with it. You will not be able to keep it, but you will not be able to keep anything. Yet they both reached at once for the present, and when their hands met, they laughed. Good evening, folks. Thank you for joining us on Poetry Open Mic Asheville. I'm gonna do 2 more quick poems here, and then we'll get our guests on for this evening, and then we have a whole bunch of open micers joining us tonight. So it's gonna be a great show. Y'all hang tight, get warmed up, get comfortable, and get ready for some open mic. All right. This is about where I come from. This is called Origins. Nail polish the upstairs bedroom of a duplex in D.C. Pink tile. I make my way among bars to Bedfoot. The eyes, they called me. More loved than a dog. Swallowed a quarter. Threw up in the tub. Red hearts, my guts in the tub. Beautiful. Pure lifeline then. Television, 3-way bathroom mirror, Q-tips beside the hairdryer. Bob fixes it with a hammer. Clothes and shoes, sliding closet, windows open above the warm bed, light and music drifting in. During the storm, a crack in the stairway wall. A dark night took the top of the tree. Clock, blue chair, pink medicine, spit out behind the couch. Side door, large window, dad enters with beer. Playing trains beside the coffee table. We weren't coffee drinkers. I listened to a brown tape recorder, the photographer's umbrella, table washing, chair smashing. Fed the ants from a paper plate cheese sandwich. Freezer on top of refrigerator making meatballs. A bath in the kitchen sink plays London's Burning. On old piano in dining room with green carpet watering. Table with burls winking like the eyes of owls. Falling bookshelf, a peanut butter cookie from the man. And a moving truck. Cool, and I got one more for you. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight. Cool, we're gonna get BeLoved on here in just 1 minute, so y'all keep it locked here for Poetry Open Mic Asheville. We got a lot of good stuff coming at you tonight. And, this is what we do here on the Love Stream, try to bring a little love to wherever you are in these times. We know it's been hard times for a lot of folks out there, and we hope to do this on every Wednesday night. Just bring a little love, hopefully experience a little catharsis, and wherever you're able to tune into this, we appreciate you here. All right, this one's called Last of the Porch Times. I move on to other porches, knowing this one was good to us. Of all the times, this porch time was about relaxing and unwinding in solitude after a stretched day of work, or together, sharing the sound of our thoughts or arroyos of laughter. There was one time my roommate sat on the chair wasps had built a nest under. Their sudden swarm stung her dozens of times before she realized what it was. But the porch was good to us, though it never noticed us. Its weathered planks buckle in waves that creak underfoot. Railings leave crenellations on faces. We swayed in the porch swing, drawing closer to each other on cold nights, when the mountain wind crawled the icy streets and the dark trees groaned heavy. That's where I saw the wildcat that came to inhabit my dreams. I think she was trying to tell me something, but my language fails to reach across. I will have to discover new language. I will have to listen to the animals who have been speaking since before words. I'll have to listen from inside. How to translate a tongue I didn't realize is there. Without a stone to guide, we've been hearing the language all along. We can understand what is beyond meaning. I think I know what the cat was saying. All right. Cool, thank you very much. And we got some comments rolling in. We really appreciate those. Thank you, thank you. What's up, y'all? Hey, how's it going? Shout out to Rachel. Very good. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. Very good. Yes, indeed. We are very grateful here on the open mic love stream tonight. And I'm very grateful because tonight there are wonderful, amazing people doing important and essential work here in our community in Asheville. And I've been a fan of this organization for a long time. I've participated in fundraisers for them before and whatnot, and I just want to plug this organization tonight. It's a particularly critical time of year for our houseless friends. It's a little warmer now, but it's been really cold here in Asheville, and it's let's see, a week or two ago there was an encampment under the Lexington Avenue Bridge that was cleared by the Department of Transportation and the Asheville Police Department. I mean, they took people's tents and the few belongings they had and threw these things away and kicked these people out of there in the freezing cold. And BeLoved was there. BeLoved was right there, on the scene, ready to help, you know. And they do that all the time. They're out there literally saving people's lives and getting people shelter and stuff so they don't freeze to death. But tonight you can donate and help this organization out and help some people. I think there's a lot of stuff you can do. For as little as $50, you can get people a winter survival kit and literally save a life. They're also doing a lot of stuff, the community, all sorts of stuff, but that's why I have them on, so they can tell you about all this. So I'm going to bring them on now, but I can't say enough good things about BeLoved, so please choose to support them tonight. And please, you know what to do out there. You have to make a whole bunch of noise wherever you are. Even if you're in public somewhere watching, jump up and down, scream and shout, and make a whole bunch of noise for our friends. We have Poncho and Amy tonight from BeLoved. Y'all give them some noise. Give them. Hey! Hey!
Snap.
So good to see you.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for being here tonight. We have Amy Cantrell and Pancho Bermejo joining us here on Poetry Open Mic Asheville tonight from BeLoved. It's so great to have y'all. I know Pancho has actually done the in-person mic before back in the day, playing some guitar, so it's great to have you back on. But anyway, I was wondering if you could tell our viewers start off by just telling us a little bit about what BeLoved is and what y'all do here in Asheville, and if anyone has any questions at any point, just leave those in the comments. I may have some questions too. and we will also post those donate links in the comments. So, but anyway, so what is Beloved?
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting us, and thank you so much to all the people that are watching the live stream and the people that is gonna watch later. And we invite you, like always, to share, to comment, and to like these kind of spaces for more people to know. We are in a big need of spaces like this, spaces that we can heal, then we can do art, then we can see art, then we can be art. So usually we always say to the people that we are these people in Bolivia hardcore community. I was born in Mexico, so one of the first things that I go in love in this country was the open mics. So the open mics was the big example and one of the biggest examples that represent BeLoved Asheville. Then is a community that love to share whatever passion that we have. Then I remember then, like Caleb was saying, then a lot of times then I used to go to the open mic. One of the more powerful things for me was people very open, very passionate about saying, about crying, about laughing, about sharing the music. So we are these people too. We really believe that we are doing poetry, we are doing music, we are doing art in the streets, in the community. We really believe that we are the change, and we not only believe it, we show it, and we try to tell everybody that if we unify ourselves, we big change can happen, and this is the reason for we decide to bring this hope. A lot of times we move, like you were saying. Sometimes we do survival kits for people that live in the streets. Sometimes we share food, diapers, toys. Only the stuff that we really encourage to people to believe is the thing that we try to bring to the community is hope. It's a lot of need of hope in the world. So more here in our community than we are based here. So we really believe that if we believe, then we are the change, and then we start taking a step at the time. We can do big things. I usually say to the people that if we was taking a step at the time, we have 365 a year. So not take too long, not take too much. Only take the do one thing every day. Like it's the way that we start. We became addicted to the idea of make better this community. So we start doing one thing a day, and later we start doing two things a day, and later now we are doing our full life is consumed by the love and by the community and to the vision and the mission of make of this one a better community in all the ways that we can. Like you were saying, we do a lot of stuff with people that live in the streets. We try to empower them and we try to encourage them in the same way that we try to protect them when something like the hard weather happen. In the same way that we go to the Latinx community and we do a lot of stuff there, and we try to encourage people to become the heroes of our own communities, and it's possible. When the pandemic started, we was scared like everybody else.
Yeah.
We, 2 months
And you
later,
kept going. You were out there like day one of the lockdowns and stuff, like out there passing out supplies and masks and stuff to people.
yeah, we have to figure it out because this life is about adaptation. Sometimes when we sit back and we thinking these people than we used to be when we was 16, for the people in are like like myself, and I'm 40. I think in this person, and I'm different person than who I am right now. And what take me to this moment is the adaptation that I have. So us, like a community organization, we have to adapt to whatever thing that happens. Sometimes it's hurricanes, sometimes it's raid by the police, sometimes it's different oppression from different systems, and we have to adapt to ourselves to whatever is coming. And so this is the reason for when all the pandemic started, we very fast adapted to the new still of life, and what we saw was a lot of hope and the light in the end of the tunnel. We saw a lot of people ready to offer the help and solidarity to the people in the ground and exposing their own self, because now doing this kind of work and being exposed to be around a lot of people, you are exposing your own self. So we find a lot of people like this in our community, and this gives us a lot of hope. And one of these times happened 1 week ago. Then we start more than a week ago only. When all the situation then happened under the bridge of Lexington Avenue, we was going there and we saw what things we can do there. So people asked us for sleeping bags, for tents, and one of the guys then was camping under the bridge. Asked us for a shoes number 12 because he was using shoes number 10. Because in all the places that offer resource in the community, usually is no any donation of shoes shoes number 12. So we say to
Right.
them, then we're gonna back next day and we're gonna do our best to find these kind of shoes. So next day we start receiving inboxes and saying the police was there and the DOT was under the bridge taking the balloons to the people.
Yeah.
So we decided to run there this night, and was one of the coldest nights or they have been this year. It was like 20 degrees, only feel like
Yeah.
9 degrees. So
Yeah.
it was one of the coldest night, and I don't know. You would like to run from there?
Yeah, imagine 24 degrees, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts,
Mm-hmm.
and wind chill between 7 and 9 degrees. This was the day that camp was cleared under the Lexington Avenue Bridge, and it was absolutely cruel and unconscionable, we believe, to treat human beings like that. Imagine we're in a national pandemic where at the national level there's a moratorium on evictions for people in homes. So imagine you don't have a home and you're evicted from your tent.
Exactly.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Our friends tell us that those that were there could gather what little belongings they could take in their arms. If you weren't there, all of your belongings were thrown away. And so we searched, for hours and hours and hours to the wee hours of Tuesday morning, looking for our friends, fearing that they might freeze to death, because we've had people to freeze to death on the streets of Asheville. And so, for us, we were just gut wrenched at what happened to these beautiful people that we had come to call friends. And so we went right to work. We were on the phone with a state senator that night. Good. Who was on the phone with DOT.
And many of us have written city council and others, and you can still
Thank
do
you.
that.
Yes, we called people to take action and to contact the Secretary of Transportation and also Asheville City Council, because we believe that all of us raising our voices in a loud chorus can make a big change. Not only to call out what is inhumane, but to transform policy into humane policy instead of cruel policy.
Yeah, absolutely. And the incident you talk about is really what sparked. I was heart wrenched by that too, and was sparked me to have y'all on tonight. Because people out there, you can help. Like I understand. Any amount that people can donate can go a long way. Especially just like getting these winter survival kits to people, getting tents, to just things so that when people are stuck out on the streets like that, they don't freeze to death when it is, literally, way below freezing out and windy and there's snow and stuff like that.
Absolutely right. We had a woman, a dear friend, Janet Jones, that froze to death in October of 2016. She was a Jane Doe for 5 days until the police knocked on our door and we identified her body. And in the wake of that, we had a circle of people living through the housing crisis. And we began to talk about, what are we going to do? Somebody said, what are we going to do about this? And it really launched us all into this new phase of not waiting on anybody, not waiting on the government, not waiting on any other entity, but saying, what are we, the people that are sitting right here in this room, going to do about this? And it was one of the most powerful catalysts that formed our first in the nation formerly homeless street medic team. That's the team that we go out at night looking for people, taking these winter survival kits, making sure that Janet didn't die in vain. And that's why we were out under that Lexington Avenue Bridge that night, and while we're out every other night. Making sure that people know that they're valued and that they're worthy members of our community.
Absolutely. I know that a lot of people out there might want to get involved, but not know quite how to do it. Obviously, you can donate money, and that is a really direct way to help. But I wondered if Amy and Poncho, if you'd mind just briefly sharing a little bit of your how you got involved in the organization and how others might volunteer with you or maybe do other things in the community to support this kind of community-based change and really taking change into our own hands and empowering people.
That's right. I met so how I got here, I met a man on the steps of a locked church in New York City when I was in my late teens. His name was Catman. That was his street name. I've never seen him since. But that encounter, he was a poet. How appropriate for tonight. And so he threw down some beats about color and life, and looked into my soul, and I looked into his, and I was never the same after that. And I returned home on a whole different life path and trajectory that eventually led me to start BeLoved ASHEViLLE, believing that community was the powerful thing that was missing from so many helping organizations. That what it was really about is that we belong to each other, and that if we could get into a deep sense of community, if we could fall in love with each other, and with the place that we live, that we could literally through our hearts, through that love stream that you talked about, transform everything. So we believe community is the answer to everything. We believe that we're all gifted. So the person living on the street, somebody that is new to this place or this country, a youth, all of us are equally empowered and gifted. And if we can bring all of those gifts together, it forms this incredible alchemy that can transform literally everything. And so that's the kind of change that we're bringing. And I love being on the front row. As I say, I never know what we're going to do next together through this power of we, as we call it. So that's how I got here. How'd you get here?
Yeah, before I came to ASHEViLLE, I was doing a lot of traveling. I was thinking that I find my dream life. So I was traveling around the country, seeing different stuff, hearing different music, watching different art around the country until I find maybe the dream find me. Then I met people that have the same values than myself and believe in the same things than myself. Then I decided to stop in ASHEViLLE longer. And because I find a big community that do art and then do poetry and do music here in ASHEViLLE. So I decided to stop here. And I have been here since this time. I have been like 8 years now.
Wonderful. Well, I'm glad you stopped here.
Yeah, and I stopped here. And I say maybe I was thinking that I was living my dream, only think that a dream that I never even dreamed find me in the way. So I decided to stay here, and I like I say, we are too similar in the dreams that we have about us being the change and us not waiting for nobody. Then we can start right now. If we want to have that change right now, we have to start right now and every day. I'm thinking in this way every day and one step at a time. So this is the reason that I decided to stay here. And like I don't know, you want to share the good news about because we did.
Yes, and I'll just say we're our core team is an intentional community. So we live in what we call voluntary poverty, which means that we can put way more resources on the ground. That's why we can sit in the same room together in a pandemic. That we all live together, believing that if we live simply, that others can simply live, as the statement goes. And so we're thrilled to be here. We're thrilled about the generosity of people. If you want to know more and how to get involved, that's what you were asking earlier. We love just having people bring their gifts. So reach out to us. You see our website there on the screen. Reach out to us. If you want to share a gift, you can do that through the website too. Our Venmo is BeLoved-ASHEViLLE. I think we have a little typo there, and you see the Cash App. But we do want to give you some really good news tonight. Yes, Venmo is BeLoved-ASHEViLLE.
Okay.
So we can
BeLoved-ASHEViLLE. I got that. Okay.
Yeah. So feel free to share some love. That's always means the world to so many in our community because the resources go directly to the ground. But the good news that we want to share today is that we won our first victory in our advocacy campaign around what happened at the Lexington Avenue Bridge and camp clearings. We've seen DOT clear camps for many years, and we have fought that. And this time, because of all of your energy and all of your love, and so many of you writing and calling Secretary of Transportation, they sent out a notice today through their chief engineer to all the division engineers across the state that DOT will follow CDC guidance, which is that people sheltering in place in tents and camps should be left where they are. So we are so excited. That's a statewide victory. It affects people. Yeah, right. And to y'all. So it affects people, our friends on the streets across the state, in cities and towns, in every hamlet in North Carolina. But we're not going to stop there. We want to continue to keep pushing for more humane policies. So we're going to ask the state DOT to not only stop clearing camps now, but also in the winter on an ongoing basis, to give a notice to people. Our friends had no notice. So they lost all their belongings, so they need to give notice before, and we'll be working on that. And also that people's personal property should not be thrown away, but retained so that they can retrieve that property. At the local level, we're pushing for a legal place for people to camp. Right now, it's illegal to be anywhere if you're unhoused after 10 o'clock at night. There's nowhere that you can legally lay your head. And so we're going to continue to fight. But tonight we're celebrating with y'all this victory that we're so excited to talk about.
Yeah, and this is what we was talking before. This is the power of we, like you saying that you write this email because you email and the email of many others, we have this victory. So this is an we never say that it's a victory of one organization, it's the victory of a community that is that is looking for a better life for everybody that is here, and in all the states. It's big because it's all the states. So thank you so much to all the people that write an email, then make a call, then make a comment yesterday in the city council too. So this is the power of we.
Yes, and we're together building so many innovative solutions. Whether, we delivered 3 million pounds of food last year in 2020 to families right in their neighborhoods through this amazing. We have a robust community leadership network of over 111 neighborhood level leaders who are helping us get food and resources right to where people need it the most. So we're in impacted neighborhoods, most impacted neighborhoods across the county and across Western North Carolina. So these are big things. This first in the nation homeless street medic team, our BeLoved Village project, where we're building the first pilot village of deeply affordable micro homes with equity in this region. We think in the nation, this model. And so all of this is happening through the power of community. We can't do this alone. It's about what happens when people come together to bring their gifts to make the community that we want, where everybody thrives. There is incredible magic in that. Just like there's magic here tonight on this open mic when people bring their hearts and their verse together. You see the magic.
Yeah, like we can see very clear here that it's a mirror of us, like because when you live with your passion, you're not gonna fail. You're gonna live with love all the time. So it's where we live. We live with passion, and we really believe that we're gonna be that change. So, and like I say, it's like looking in the mirror right here.
Right back at you. It's beautiful. It looks beautiful, and it's all about love, right?
That's it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for coming on the show. And I hope we can do this again in the future. And but I also know that y'all are busy with feet on the ground making this happen. So I'm gonna let y'all get back to it. But thanks for taking the time to stop by. I want to encourage everyone to donate. We've got the website there and the Venmo, and we'll post all that again in the links. Did you want to add anything else?
I just want to offer my gratitude to you, Caleb, and to Sovereign Kava, and to all the amazing poets that are going to follow tonight. We really believe that poetry is a part of life. It's sort of the music and the background to life, and so we're so grateful for people sharing their words and their hearts to lift people up and inspire people, because when we get inspired, we can truly change the world. So thanks to all of you.
Yeah, and like I was saying when we start, like you are the perfect example in who we are. Like we are the people that like to share our skills, and it's like what I see or what I used to see every time that I used to go to the open mic. Then it's people ready to share who they are from the inside, no matter if it's laughing or crying. we are the same kind of people. We are people that is ready to share and live with passion our life. So thank you for inviting us.
Well said. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll see y'all soon. Thank you so much for everything y'all do. Everybody donate and help out Beloved Asheville and help us all out here in Asheville. Thank you so much, y'all. All right, we'll see y'all again soon. Everybody give it up one more time for Amy Cantrell and Pancho Bermejo. Give it up. All right. Very good. Cool. And you're tuned into Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. I just want to blast those links one more time. Make sure you got those, and we'll have them posted later on in the evening too. But we're gonna get to some open mic performers. Of course, we welcome all forms of artistic self-expression and all people here at Poetry Open Mic Asheville. And so we got poets, musicians, storytellers, all kinds of stuff. And like they're saying, art, beautiful. It's a reflection of us all. And I'm glad to be here and support this and be with y'all. So anyway, y'all donate to Beloved, and we're gonna keep going with the open mic. Here's a few comments for Beloved. Y'all keep the likes, comments, and shares coming. We really appreciate it. Cool. Okay, let's see, we're gonna go to Lee next, and then we will let you know who's coming up after that. But we have another great Asheville poet here in the house with us tonight, Lee Stockdale. So y'all know the drill. Jump up and down, shout, and make a whole bunch of noise for our next performer, Lee Stockdale. Give it up, y'all.
Woo!
Woo!
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, Lee?
Can you hear me? Hey, I'm great, man. You know, I'm sorry I couldn't be here last week. Had some family, because I told you, Caleb, I had the Frankenstein update, which, you know, I know is probably
right. I know, big cliffhanger.
Some excitement, I know, and so I'm trying to get my things up here. The only thing I have to say, really, in advance, I'm going to read two poems because, frankly, no pun intended, I don't think it's right that I go right in to Frankenstein's update, right? So, but when I do get to Frankenstein's update, I'm going to start with Break Room. But the only thing you really need to know about and for Frankenstein's update, I read this for some folks, and they said, "What's HOA?" HOA is a homeowners association. So when I say HOA, that's what it means. You know, it's not hot dogs of insanity or something like that. So anyway, I've got two poems, a little lighthearted, you know, nothing too heavy. There's a lot of heavy stuff going on in the news. I'm trying not to look at it too much because it just drives me a little crazy. So
take a break every now and then.
Yeah,
right?
Hey, that's so good, man. That is such a segue into my first poem.
All right. Well, let's do it then. Here's Lee Stockdale.
Yeah, okay. So, you know how it is when you fall in love. It's like this. This is called Break Room. There's some politics in it. Break Room. She wants the government out of her life. Rails about regulations. Also the taxes. She doesn't like taxes. Yet I love her, secretly adore her. In the break room, where I time my break with hers. She takes her coffee black. So do I. From the vending machine, she chooses anything from the family of Hostess Twinkies. Even when Brock brings Dunkin' Donuts, nothing pries a Twinkie out of her hand. Another thing I admire, her consistency. Perhaps I am a closet conservative. Perhaps I too, deep down in my heart, hate government regulations, or in time could learn to, and also get somewhat worked up about taxes. I love the fire in her veins when she tells whoever in the break room will listen, I don't want the President of the United States in bed with me. I have to admit, neither do I. surrounded by Secret Service? Our break is over. Back to the treadmill, powered by my secret love for conservatism and tomorrow's break. Now, okay, this is Frankenstein update. You know, there's been a lot of talk recently. It's in the air. Hey, what's Frankenstein up to, you know? And what's he doing now? There was a lot about him, you know, for so long. Movies, stuff, books. I think Percy Bysshe Shelley's wife, Mary, wrote the book. Anyway, okay. So the only thing you have to know is HOA, Homeowners Association. But, you know, we've caught up with Frank, and here's the update. Frankenstein update. He was not elected to the HOA board and pretended it didn't hurt catching sight of board member Bob at the big box store the morning after the annual meeting. He was inwardly embarrassed for all the time he'd spent rehearsing the recommendations he'd pass off as spontaneous before the vote, so his neighbors would think how smart Frank is. He'd stood and said, "We need speed bumps." No interest in or discussion of speed bumps. Later in the meeting, Bob started talking, like, what an epiphany, like they're Bob's idea, like they've already been approved and funded, and Sheila's reaching out for the county permits. He actually liked Bob, who never looked around to see who was watching him talk to Frank with knobs in his neck and stitches in his head, who people avoided like a monster. Looking for a rake, Frankenstein asked Bob. Oh, hey, Frank, plastic or metal? That's the question. Bob began testing tines on a rake. By the way, great suggestion about speed bumps last night. Funny. When it's just the two of us, no problem giving me a little credit. He lowered his head close into Bob's. Plastics. Plastics? Plastics. Dustin Hoffman? By the pool in The Graduate? Bob smiled blankly. Frankly, you've lost me. Whatever. Good luck with the rake. Say hi to Kath for Molly and me. He went off in search of LED light bulbs, an adventure he convinced himself he enjoyed. Now you know. Kind of a regular guy, living kind of a regular life. Regular frustrations. That's the Frankenstein update, but I will keep you informed if I learn anything new, so especially if he gets elected to the HOA board, because I think that would really lift his spirits. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much, Lee. Appreciate it.
Hey, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We'll see you next time. I love the Frankenstein update. All that. Thank you, Lee.
I'll keep you updated. Thank you so much.
Please
Bye-bye.
do. All right. See you, Lee. Give it up for Lee, y'all. Let's see, and you're tuned into Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. Trying to get the keyboard working here, but anyway, let me just post this one more time because we got that. Sorry about the typo. That's my bad. But that is corrected there. Those are the donate links for BeLoved Asheville, so please check them out and support BeLoved Asheville. Also, shout out to our sponsor, Kava, and to everyone who supports this open mic each and every week now. Where are we at? Yes. I can do this. everyone? Okay. I think I got it working. Okay. And of course, you're tuning in to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Our theme music tonight is by my band, The Lactones. You can check us out online as well. And I also want to, so much to plug. I want to briefly plug the Poetry Cabaret. We got our show up for a few more days, so you can buy tickets at poetrycabaret.com and see our friend's show. I highly encourage you to see it. It's a lot of fun. And let's see. We'll see if we can check in with the Poetry Bunker a little later in the show. But we got a lot of performers to get to, so we're going to keep it rolling for you. I think up next we have... Wonderful. We got some Hubers in the house tonight. I'm always so excited about that. I love the Hubers. Jason will be up first here. Quite the writer and professor now. So y'all gotta make some extra noise. It's Jason Huber. Give it up, y'all. Jump up and down. Scream. Spin around. Yeah. What's up, Jason? Good to see you, man. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. You know, I am very fortunate. I am sitting here with the fire going and my Kava, and I'm doing open mic with all these wonderful artists. So I'm thankful and happy. Absolutely.
I like your shirt. It's sharp.
Oh well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So what are you working with tonight? You bring some more fiction or poetry?
Yeah, I'm gonna work with more fiction.
Music? You do all kinds of stuff, you know. So you're gonna have to do it all eventually. And I think you did last week. Promised an interpretive dance at one point.
At some point in time, I'm still working on it. It's still in the works. It's
awesome.
gestating right now. It'll make its way out eventually.
We'll wait. We can wait.
Now, at your behest, I'm going to read Employee of the Week, a short story of mine.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, folks, listen to this. This is an awesome story. I think I've heard this is the one I'm thinking of, right? That I heard before.
Yeah. With the call center and the misery. Yeah.
Check this out. This is great. All right. Y'all jump up and down and click your heels together for Jason Huber.
Thank you, Caleb, best open mic host ever. And thank you, Lee, for the Frankenstein update. That is delightful. Good to know. So, Employee of the Week. I worked at a call center for a while, and let me tell you, the most miserable job I can imagine. Good golly, I made it for a month answering phones, which I felt was a pretty good endurance at that point. All right, so Employee of the Week. Somewhere in North Carolina, in a strip mall, down from a Walmart, there's a woman sitting in a call center. She's on the line with an important customer. His name might be Dirk or Dale or Dunstan. She's having a hard time remembering or giving a shit. Listen, Deborah, I want you to explain to me why my son's account is in the negative, but first I want you to do something for me. Yes, sir. I'd be happy to explain to you. I'm showing on my screen. I want you to enter this number into your system. 80333962222. Can you do that for me, Deborah? I can search for that account on my system. Just 1 minute. Is this yours? Yes, Deborah. Do you have it up? Yes, sir. Do you see how much money is in that account? Yes, sir. Well, Deborah, if you can't help me fix my son's account, I'm going to have to pull all of that money out and find another bank. Do you want that? I'm going to have to put you on hold for a minute. Oh, God. What a tremendous asshole. Does he think I handle the money myself? Deborah has been in this center for 6 months now, answering the phones for 4. The first 2 months were training. She desperately misses the training. Most of her classmates have since found better ways to make minimum wage than answering phones, of which there are plenty, but not her. She has instead developed what WebMD calls a generalized anxiety disorder, or GAD for short, and continues to stand as a barrier between millions of angry customers and the unethical, immoral, indefensible, unforgivable, no good, unprincipled, fucked up bank that her company works for. Hold time, Deborah. A short, stocky, younger man is staring at her over the walls of her cubicle. He looks like he might wear a fedora if he wasn't in charge, but instead he's modeling the Old Navy professional line. Sorry, I just needed to catch my breath. Screw you, Steve. Breathe, Deborah. She presses a button on her phone. Sorry to keep you on hold, sir. Sir? A voice in the distance. I'm here, don't hang up. Dirk, Dale, Dunstan replies while picking up the phone. Now what are you going to do about my son's account? I can rebate the overdraft fees, but he still needs to make a deposit in order to bring his account into the positive, she says. Are you serious? Yes, I'm sorry, sir. I'll be happy to walk you through what happened with the account. After 20 seconds of silence, she feels a familiar blanket settle on her shoulders. It's an uncomfortable, heavy feeling, and her breath quickens. Focus, Deborah. You know what, Deborah? It's people like you that are constantly screwing over guys like me. This is why I don't trust banks. You are greedy, low-down sons of bitches. God damn it. Sir, would you please calm down? The blanket is covering her brain now. It's the worst sort of fuzzy. No, you're going to fix this or we're going to close all of our accounts with you. I can't believe you would treat me like this. I'm not a piece of shit, Deborah. Sir, if you can't calm down, the blanket is covering her eyes now. It's dark, but she can see the room clearly. She can still see the far wall with the windowless, pale yellow concrete. Her computer screen is painfully bright. Let me speak to your supervisor. Oh, thank God. Those are the magic words. That means she's no longer responsible for this horrible man and his petty breakdown. Yes, sir. All right. Is it okay if I put you on hold for a minute while I get my supervisor? She doesn't wait for an answer. She pushes the hold button. Breathe in threes, Deborah. Breathe in threes. Focus. She's gotten used to these attacks. She's gotten used to feeling like she's being smothered in her small box. She was a worrier before she got the job. The kids won't get into college. Ron will leave me for someone prettier, younger, thinner. I won't be happy. She's always worried, but this is a new sort of worry. It feels like a heart attack every time. She usually calms down after a minute, but this time the tunnel vision sets itself on her computer screen, and her hold time, it reads 57, 58, 59, 1 minute goes by, and the fuzz in her brain is only worse, and she tries to speak, but her words are fuzzy also, and her tongue tastes like tin. Calm down, Deborah. Calm now. But her heart is thumping like punches to the chest, one after the other. Calm, threes, trees, leaves. Her head tilts back in a momentary lapse of consciousness. When she comes back, her heart and head are pots and pans being slammed together. Oh God, I'm dying. Her tunnel vision settles on a stack of orange Post-it notes. She grabs a pen and scrawls, "Help me," on one. And she tries to raise her right hand with the note, but her arm drifts down as the blanket gets heavier. The short walls of her cubicle underline awkward stares from her coworkers, but there are still phones to be answered. Thank you for calling customer service. My name is Pointless. How may I help you? Thank you for calling customer service. My name is Pointless. Thank you. How may I help you for calling? Thank you. Customer service for calling. My name is Pointless. My name is Pointless. Customer service. How may I help you? How may I help you? My name is Pointless. 2 minutes. Her computer screen flashes red. The words "unacceptable hold time" are followed by "a supervisor will be alerted." Hold time, Deborah. Hold time. Steve, the supervisor, is making his way towards cubicle 53. He has a Diet Coke in one hand and a piece of birthday cake on a paper plate in the other. Deborah? Deborah is back in Titusville, Florida, where she grew up. Her daddy works for the John F. Kennedy Space Center, building rockets to send into space. And she's looking at her daddy in the backyard. And she's barely tall enough to see out the window, but it looks like he's digging holes for some reason. She's standing next to him now. Daddy, what are you doing? Oh, hey there, string bean. Don't mind your daddy. You get back inside now. Why are you digging holes? All right, you got me. He puts the shovel down and bends down to one knee. You know how your daddy sends people into space? Yeah. Well, some of those men brought some stars back for me. Can I see? You're too young to look at the stars just yet, so I'm burying them in these bottles so you can dig them up when you're older. That's nice of you, Daddy. She's older now, digging up stars, and all she can find is Old Crow and Jim Beam. Deborah? A slender man with thinning hair is sitting next to her in the hospital bed. Where am I? What happened? She looks at him. Ron, I'm scared. You're okay. The doctor said you had a transient ischemic attack. It's sort of like a mini stroke, but you're going to be all right. You just need to take it easy. I was at work. She sits up. Her head is still fuzzy and she feels nauseous. What happened to my call? After a short knock, a young woman walks into the room with a clipboard. Hey, you're awake, she says. How are you feeling? I feel like I have the worst hangover. She lies back down and the nausea begins to subside a little bit. Well, that's normal. You have been through an ordeal, Mrs. Jacobson. We suspect that a blood clot made its way into one of the major arteries of your brain. It's gone now, but you need to take it easy for a while. When do I have to go back to work? 3 days later. Deborah's at the front door of the call center with her magnetic key card in hand. Breathe in threes, Deborah. 1, 2, 3, in. 1, 2, 3, out. Deborah, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're back on your feet again after the older man at the front desk stops to think for a second. Incident. She smiles, a short, wry smile. Thanks, Hank. I'm glad you're concerned. She writes her name on the sign-in sheet and makes her way towards the lunch/break room to drop off her bagged lunch in the fridge. There's a trainee graduation party going on, so she snags some cake and some fresh fruit. Nobody talks to her, and she doesn't try to talk to them. She sits down and waits the 10 minutes until her shift. During her training, the importance of not clocking in late was overshadowed by the importance of not clocking in early. The reason has something to do with health insurance and work hours, but she doesn't care to remember exactly why anymore. Coworkers give short waves to her as she walks to her cubicle. Phones and monotone voices fill the air. When she reaches her desk, she grabs the Post-it note with the still scrawled, "Help me," and tosses it in the trash bin. Deborah, we have a little surprise for you. Her supervisor stares at her over a cubicle wall. Yes, Steve, what is it? She doesn't look over to him as she logs into her computer screen and her phone. Look, Deborah, look, isn't this great? He's holding a store-bought cake. The Walmart price tag is still on the plastic tray. Written on the white cake in bright orange letters is Employee of the Week. Oh, God. Breathe in threes, Deborah. We managers wanted to do something special for you after the accident. Thanks. She turns back towards her computer screen and begins logging into the call center software. I'll cut you out a piece. You can eat it here at your desk. He lays down a paper plate and proceeds to cut out a corner piece containing the letter E. He reaches into his shirt pocket and pulls out a plastic fork. You enjoy, okay? Deborah slides the cake into her waste bin, but not before fetching the Post-it note. She attaches that orange note to the bottom of her computer monitor and takes her first call for the day. Thank you for calling customer service. My name is Deborah. How may I help you? And that's it. The end. Finish.
Jason, very nice. Yeah,
Thank
I love
you,
that
thank
one. It's a hilarious piece, but it's also very real. And yeah.
That sort of soul-crushing feeling you get from service work. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah, should probably give a content warning for anyone who's worked in a call center.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, funny story about that story. I wrote it in a short story class with Ron Rash. Right.
Oh, cool.
So excited to be in this class. Amazing writer, amazing teacher. I didn't realize that I wrote him into the story as Deborah's husband. Right.
That's
Ron,
hilarious.
the thin man with the thinning hair.
Yeah,
I was reading it out loud in the classroom, and I looked at him. I was like, okay.
I love that. I love that. Well, it's I don't know. It's an honor to be written into a story, and any publicity is good publicity, right? Yeah.
Ron needs the publicity, absolutely.
Yeah, big time, right? Oh goodness. Very cool. So cool. Thank you for being here tonight, Jason, man. It is so great doing the virtual open mic with you. And
absolutely.
Yeah, and I hope you can make it next time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Cool. Y'all give it up one more time for Jason Huber. Make some noise. What's up, Kava Bar? Big shout out to our friends down there at the old Kava Bar here in Asheville, who is our sponsor for this event. So y'all be sure they're open noon to 9 for to-go orders, patio open, masks required, and don't forget to tip your barkeeps and all that good stuff. We appreciate it. Also, if you're performing tonight, you get a free double shot from Sovereign Kava. So go put a mask on, go by and pick up your free double shot as a thank you from us for performing tonight. Also, thanks for the comments, likes, and shares. I think we have some comments here for Jason. Thank you. We love the comments. There's comments for Jason Huber. I think we got KJ coming up next. We're happy to have KJ in the house. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good comments there, right? Yes, indeed. Right? Yeah, thank you, Jason. And yeah, thank you everyone for the comments. We really appreciate it. Also, just want to reiterate that tonight's open mic is goes to support BeLoved ASHEViLLE. I'll be donating my pay from tonight, and we encourage you all to donate as well to BeLoved ASHEViLLE, a great organization that does a lot of work with houseless people and all kinds of other stuff here to make our community better. So yes, indeed, please support BeLoved ASHEViLLE, and we have those links right there for you to donate. Of course, we do open mic each and every Wednesday night at 8:30 Eastern Time, U.S. Thank you for joining us from wherever you are in the world. My name is Caleb Beissert, of course. It's a pleasure to be your host. You can check me out at calebbeissert.net. Big shout out to our technical director tonight, Morgan Beissert, always helping with things. And, of course, our sponsor, Sovereign Kava. I said that already. But anyway, can't plug them enough. And thank you all for taking part in the open mic tonight. We're going to get to our next performer now, Mr. KJ. Let's get him connected. Y'all are going to have to rub your hands together and scream and whistle and shout. Make a whole bunch of noise for KJ. Give it up! Hey, KJ, good to see you.
What up, Caleb?
Chilling, man.
Yeah,
How you doing tonight?
I'm pretty good. Shit, I got a lot going on these days.
That's
I got
right.
a
You've
whole
been
bunch.
busy with all that theater stuff and poetry and stuff. You do all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff. You do stuff with the VA and like all that stuff.
yeah. Well, for
Cool.
I'm working on publishing a poetry book, and this recent poem I wrote, literally over the weekend, is going a different version of it's going in that book, and
Nice.
yeah, and we are doing the Black Diamond Enterprises um, um, series. You know, it's a series of plays and whatnot. And the next one's going to be on February the 26th at High Climate Tea Company
Oh, cool.
on North
Yeah,
Lexington.
right downtown. Yeah.
Yeah. The Chinese herbal,
Yup.
that Chinese herbal tea.
Yeah, the new tea place on Lexington, right in the middle of downtown. That's really cool. Y'all are doing that.
You
Yeah,
can buy
Black
the
Diamond
ticket.
Enterprises. We can post
Yeah,
that link. If you got the link, we'll post that link.
yeah,
And
yeah.
cool.
They just go to their website. They just have a website. High Climate. I can put that in the
High
the
Climate
comment.
Tea. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Excellent.
and
Cool.
and one more thing, I got a question,
Mhm.
Caleb. After I
Yeah.
share, can I rep? I'm launching another little business. Can I rep that in the chat with some contact info?
Absolutely, yeah. We are happy to support whatever our artists are doing. So, yeah,
Cool.
feel free to plug that and support that. And very good. And congrats on coming out with the book. I can't wait to read it. And I'm gonna turn it over to you now, so we can hear the good poetry, man. But
All
thank you
right,
for being
cool.
here, KJ.
Cool.
All right.
All right, y'all. Yeah, I wrote this poem. It's the bomb. I got to give myself kudos. I wrote it over the weekend, and I was just basically in some anguish over what's going on in the world, and so here goes. F the devil. Is he real? Check it. The devil's alive and well on planet Earth. It brandishes a double-edged sword, speaks with forked tongue to wage all manner of spiritual and mortal combat against himself, to be bound, relegated, pigeonholed to a shackled identity of cursedness, affliction, shame, persecution. No. That demon ain't for real. Check it. Be it white bread, black coon, peckerweed, 3/5 a human, so-called chink-eye or Western Hemisphere native. Evil devil ain't real. No, damn demon, yo. Try and convince me I ain't the great, the I am. He says you're a political affiliate, a culture, a gender, ethnicity, that I'm a fascist, extremist, a leftist, a right wing or race man, and that brother man, it behoove you at all costs to pick a team, thump Bible, thump religious scripts, then wage an unconscious war of ignorance at first glance and suspicion, then later ask the questions, man. But check it, yo, on the real, i.e., unapologetically human, then African. So just chill, devil, while I drop dope wisdom, yo. Human being 2, Black African 3, God conscious number 1. F you, devil. Don't sleep on it. Game over. You gonna drop the ball sooner or later. No. So chill. I'ma drop this old school of knowledge. Check it. Black African is 3, human consciousness 2, God conscious on the 1. Cursed demon. You said I was entitled to not even show a little love. compassion, and appreciate all rainbow hues and earth clay of the planet simply because my melanin's the burntest, thickest, densest, because I'm the Asiatic brother man, aborigine of all mankind, bird in the village of our motherland. Screw you and game over, Lucifer. I turned from your ways and no longer a slave because I got a critical mass multitude, bastions, legions, a fortitude of incarnate dope star seeds, empaths, super souls, bodhisattvas, great healers, earth angels, rolling with me to usher in a new world order of redemptive salvation, peace, love, happiness. Screw you, devil. You ain't real. And on the real, you a liar. Yo, check it. He's a liar. He's a liar. Yo, check it. That's it. That's it. Thanks. Yo. Hello?
Thanks, KJ. I thought you were
Did
going to
I
read more.
freeze?
No,
Did I
you're good.
freeze?
I heard all that. That was just lost in your poetry, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah.
Was you comatose?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, man. Cool, KJ. Well, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Glad the technology allowed it. And I hope you can make it back next time.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
I really,
post those links for us too.
okay. I'll do one in chat and I'll probably do one in the comments.
Cool.
All right.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks so much, KJ.
All right. Love y'all.
Appreciate you. Much love.
All right.
Give it up for KJ. Yes, indeed. And we got some comments there for KJ. Check those out. And you're tuned into Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina, USA. My name's Caleb Beissert. It's a pleasure to be your host. Thanks to our technical director, Morgan Beissert. And thank you to our sponsor, Sovereign Kava. And big thanks to everybody tuned in tonight. We really appreciate the likes, comments, and shares. Keep them comments coming. We love to hear from you. And we have some more great performers coming at you, so keep it locked here to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. I'm so happy about our next performer tonight. We got Phil Huber in the house, in the virtual house with us tonight, and we couldn't be more excited. Wow, this is great. We're getting more and more Hubers. I love it. I love the Hubers. All right, y'all got to make a whole bunch of noise though. You know what to do. Jump up and down, spin around, do a little dance, click your heels together, scream, shout, blow a vuvuzela, and make some noise for Phil Huber. Give it up, y'all. Yay.
Hey, Caleb.
Hey. Hey, Phil.
Oh, Caleb, how you doing, sweetheart?
Oh, I'm good. It's so good to see you. I know it's been so long. This pandemic's keeping us apart, but glad we could get together virtually at least.
It's putting us in our crucible, so we come out correct.
I hear that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to get correct.
Yeah. Or at least see what we got. You know.
Something like that.
So
Very cool.
I have 5 little shorties.
Wonderful.
Is that cool?
I'm so glad.
Okay.
Yeah, that is totally cool. I'll turn it over to you and
Thank you, dear.
let you share those.
Yeah,
I love you too.
Hey, y'all. These are just things I've written over time, and I'd like to share them with you. So this is called Listen. Listen. Was that a voice I heard? A call to dance trilled from a sylvan tongue, a fairy's plea to mind my awkward step. A pixie's laughter to brighten my thoughts, an ancient language wrapped in forgotten lore. Perhaps an angel calling me home to my heart. It is hard to hear through the ringing in my ears. What was that you said? I'm listening. This is Thinking Woman. Grandmother spider spinning your web, connecting us all. Nimble fingers humming thread, running the web, touching here, vibrating there. Forever weaving, mending holes ripped by uncaring hands. Sunlight pearls, dewdrop dreams. Tangled in my own deception, you whisper in my ear, louder than my pride. I hope so, honey. This is called Midland. This was inspired by toroidal flows, the aspects of toroidal flows and consciousness and all the. So this is called Midland. I'll meet you halfway, no pushing, no pulling. Be what we say, no guessing, no fooling. Start in the middle, see how it grows. Ride our own riddle, watch where it goes. Answering questions no one has asked, laughing at humors of nature unmasked. Over the edges of all that is known, back to the middle, home again, home. This is, I was a sheath maker for a professional bladesmith for years and years and years. And anyone who has done knife making will have a deeper understanding of this piece. And this is the Anvil of Bridget, and we just had Breed's Day on Imbolc, February 2nd. So this is called the Anvil of Bridget. She took me as raw stock, rough, featureless. Cast her into her forge, I changed. Chameleon colors moved me to pliancy. Relentless blows liquefied my soul. A hammer strike there, fashioned there. She shaped, turned, quenched, sought my purpose, my lines, measured me against myself. She removed the scales, smoothed my skin, tempered me to a peacock hue, tested my edge, tried me in her vice. When I did not break, she gave me to the world and started another. And Beloved, oh, what sweethearts. I just thank everything for the stuff that Beloved does and taking care of folk. And whenever anyone asks, where's the best place to put resources? I go, Beloved, go to Beloved. They're doing the thing and they're taking care of folk. And I dedicate this to them. A simple act of kindness ripples out, touching, tending, sending waves, directing, detecting, reflecting the outward flow of inward love, above and beyond the bond that is found in the sound of a single voice. A simple choice, to reach out with an open hand, to understand the grand scheme, the shared dream of who we are, a distant star that wished upon itself not so long ago. So thank you, Kava. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you all.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Thank you so much. Those were lovely. I love that. I was like, I'm getting lost in it again. You know, I found that very, very cosmic and like introspective at the same time. It was very cool.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, it's good to see you, Phil. I hope to see you in person before forever. But
Absolutely.
It's great to do this in the meantime. I hope you can make it back and share more in the future.
Thanks so much, Sean. Thanks for what you do.
My pleasure.
All
right, y'all give it up one more time for Phil Huber. Much love. Yes, indeed. Phil Huber in the house. Fantastic. I think we have a few more comments here for Phil. I want to make sure I blast those real quick. And yes, indeed. Gosh, this is good. It's so good to see old friends in the house with us, the virtual house with us here. Yeah, Phil and I have done, of course, friends with all the Hubers. And Phil, we played music together and you know, been involved in shows, productions, and all. Phil does a lot of that, and he's also a great musician, a great writer. So, thank you, Phil. Yes, right? It's very encouraging. Yes, indeed. Also, want to remind everyone, as Phil said, check out our friends BeLoved Asheville. You can donate at belovedasheville.com. We also have the Venmo link there. And y'all check them out and support the great work. Absolutely. If you have any resources to put there, that's definitely, a go-to place to put them here in Asheville, because they're out there doing the thing, getting it done for sure. So thank you, BeLoved. Thank you all the performers. Thank you our viewers, everyone, for donating tonight. We really appreciate it. All right, we're gonna keep it rolling here because, gosh, we have some more old friends in the house. I am so excited to see Mark Ellis connected with us tonight. Mark has done the open mic many times back in the day, like Eagle Street days, and he's read at the Asheville Poetry Series many times, and it's good to see Mark tonight. Let's be sure we give Mark a big warm welcome. Y'all know what to do. Jump up and down, scream and shout, and make some noise for Mark Ellis. Hi, Mark.
I don't have any sound.
You can't hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. So I can hear you. So if you just want to read the poems.
So people can hear me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can't hear you. So
it's I'll turn it over to you and just read the poems then. Cool? Cool.
Okay. Well, if you can hear me, that's good. Maybe it's better if I can't hear anybody. All right. I'm Mark Ellis. I live in Johnson City, Tennessee, about an hour up the highway from Asheville. And I used to go to the Kava bar, the open mic, every other week. And I think the first time was April 2014. Yeah, something like that. So I don't know what Caleb said about me, but anyway, I'll read a few poems. I'm in a group of poets that mostly live in Brooklyn, New York. It's from a group called Brooklyn Poets, and it's a really nice organization. They have classes and things, but anyway, this poem is supposed to be comes from us doing a somatic exercise, and that's where you do something with your body. And one of the things you could do these were prompts, was draw a 9 on your chest and walk around and make 9 right turns when you're walking. And then you go right in and you write a poem. Another thing was stand in a bucket of water naked at your front door, and if someone knocks, don't answer. I didn't do that one. Another thing was I took 4 things and laid them out on a place. And I've been doing a lot of cleaning up my house. I was supposed to go to Barcelona last year, and that didn't work out. So I've been working on my house, and I've been going through everything, and I found 4 things. And let me see if I can show you this picture. There's my dad's flight jacket, my teddy bear, an evening bag of my mom's, and a Christmas ornament. And this poem is called Square. The sky god wears his flight jacket with the fur collar turned up because it's cold up there, and he flies around from his home to Japan, to Brazil, to France, to Spain, to Indochina, and he carries a special passport. And you don't know what it's for, but it's for 2 years and has a red State Department seal. But it says he may not fly to Hungary because it's 1956. And that's the only place he can't go then. Then the Earth Goddess carries a white silk brocade evening bag with a diamond clasp, and inside you find a mirror and a red comb because she might need to check her makeup at the officers' club where the other goddesses keep their game rules, like ignore a child's tantrum, and don't put on lipstick at the table, and don't wear an evening dress before 7 p.m. unless you're going to an event later. And smoking at an official event is in bad taste, and don't take a dog to a review. Review a child of the gods who carries a brown teddy bear with googly eyes that he thought was ordered from a catalog, but his goddess mother went to town and bought it at the Ben Franklin and never told him, and we don't know which god he will be until he gets older, when in the nude he will put on the father's flight jacket with the collar turned up and look hard and drink beer and sometimes hold the mother's evening bag, which carries the fragrance of Chanel No. 5 and memory. Remember, the gods have a talisman that holds much power, for it was bought for their older son on his first Christmas when they lived in Japan, and he was later to get polio, and he always had that hurt look in his eyes, unlike the son with the teddy bear. And he grew up to be a stern god who brooks no foolishness, who carries his obsessions wherever he goes, and speaks of nothing else, but is kind to animals and children. And the talisman is Santa on skis made of glass and pipe cleaner, with his face turned slightly at an angle in a look of astonishment. Okay. All right, good. You heard it. Yay. This next one's kind of sketchy. You might want to take the kids out of the room or whatever. Anyway, I'll read it. I've never read it. Well, I read it to a group, but anyway. After I got away from that guy, I did a lot of hookups. I sort of went crazy. I don't even remember how many or the names. I figured it was okay. Some of them were very sketchy, but I had my regular guys. Businessmen on the DL, out-of-towners, tradesmen, and they all knew each other for the most part, but occasionally a stranger. But I put myself in danger many times. I met guys in motel rooms. I went to a truck stop and had sex with a guy in the back of his cab, and this was very cool, they said. I met a guy in an empty parking lot and got in his van, and he drove us to another part of the lot in the heat of summer. I got in a truck with a guy at night, and he told me he wasn't gay, but was just curious and would never do it again, as he drove me along the river in darkness. And I shouldn't tell anyone, and I prayed to get back to my car alive. I smoked meth. I let a guy use me to lure other guys. I played along with their daddy-son games. I got so drunk and stoned that time would stop and start again in the car by the lake. The music would slow down, speed up, disappear, come back. It was kind of cool. I went on a retreat for gay men where we turned into fairies and had fairy sex. I entered rooms of total darkness. I gave over my wrists to be bound and my eyes to be blinded. I wandered through places of no water and stayed for a season and then moved on. I entered spaces of no love, which were at the end of the world. At the end of the world is what remains after everything is burned away. Okay, I guess I blushed a little there. I'll read something that's, there was a lady who used to take care of me when I was a kid. My mom hired her. Her name was Leela. And she would tell me stories. And this was back in the 60s. And living near Johnson City, the Depression was like what all the older people talked about. It was very much with us. I mean, I felt I was living in the Depression. Anyway, Leela, our family had a rough time, but Leela had a rougher time. But she'd tell me all kinds of stories when she was taking care of me. And this is basically a story she told me. My sister Marie had a gentleman friend who took her to Coral Gables, bought her a Ford coupe, took pictures of her wearing pants in front of the palm trees. See, don't tell your mother. Marie shouldn't have gone down there, but I don't judge her. We didn't have nothing, and who didn't leave here when they could? That was hard times back then. One time, me and Violet, my friend, went downtown where she worked, got my hair marceled. I got pictures, see? That's me and Violet and her brother Roy. Lord, you ever seen anything like us? Violet worked downtown at the beauty shop in the department store on the mezzanine level, where they sold pianos. The only Steinway dealer between Atlanta and Richmond, so they said. Before she got fired for stealing a bottle of nail polish. Oh, that was a mean time back then. We shared rooms in that big gray house where you get before you get downtown. Me and Violet and sometimes Roy. It's empty now. Used to rent rooms by the week. Had a narrow staircase that wound round and around. Roy worked on a government program pouring gravel out on the roads. Made good money, but it was hard work. And Roy, he would get tired, so tired. And Roy, he had TB, but it was a secret, see? Or he would have got fired. Nobody knew. Oh, that foreman was mean. He worked Roy so hard, he would pass out. The other boys would carry him over, set him under a tree until the foreman found out. Roy wasn't lazy. No, honey, he was just so thin and tired. Back then, I remember that last time Roy climbed the stairs to our room, those narrow stairs holding himself up. He looked so weak and his face was gray, like the paint on that house. By morning, he was gone. It was a hard life back then. You don't know how we lived. Well, I'll end up on a kind of lighter note here. This was a poem that one of the first ones I wrote, and I was kind of, well, anyway, it ended up on a website, like an entertainment website. And I was still a little bit shy about who I was at the time. Anyway, it's called On the Train to Rome. An old lady tries to teach me to count. Uno, due, tre, quattro, cinque. And another holds out something wrapped in paper. She's offering you some food. I see him then, look over at him, startled, another American. Exiled from my friends in the next cabin, other passengers speak Italian to me, wanting to teach me. Then I glance at his eyes and I see, no, on the Rome train, and I told him I didn't know where to stay, what I should do, but I didn't care. A cheap hotel. He said he would take me with him if I wanted, but not my friends, too many of them. When the train stopped, he left. I hesitated. Uno, due, tre, quattro. And then slipped away to follow him. And that's what I got. Yay, now.
Yay.
Now I can hear.
Oh, you can? Oh, cool. Oh, well, that's good. Hey,
you can hear me?
Yeah, absolutely. We heard all that loud and clear. Fantastic poems
Great.
there, Mark. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just saying earlier how good it is to see you. It'd been a while. And of course, you used to do the in-person open mic back in the day,
Yeah.
and the poetry series readings, and a lot of stuff here in Asheville. So it's good to see you again, and hopefully when things get going again, you can come back and do some more poetry in Asheville with us. I still need to get out to Johnson City one day.
They have one here every
They
Wednesday.
do? Yeah.
The third Wednesday. They
Okay.
have one, yeah. But I'm going to come
Cool.
back to this too.
Yeah. Cool. Well, yes, please come. We're here every week virtually. We're going to keep doing this for the time being. And the beauty of it, you can sit at home and do poetry open mic with people. So
Yeah, and I don't
Yeah.
have to drive back to Johnson
I know it's
City
a long
midnight.
drive every week. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. But yeah, thank you so much. It's good. I'm glad you're still out there writing the good poetry and sharing it. And yeah, it's just really good to see you, Mark. Thanks
Oh,
for
good
being
to
here
see
tonight.
you. Thank you. Thanks for keeping this going. This is great.
It's an honor and a pleasure. All right, we'll
Okay.
see you next time, Mark.
All right.
All right, take care. Y'all give it up one more time for Mark Ellis. Very good. Yes, indeed, Mark Ellis. Anyway, you're tuned into Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina, USA. That was Mark Ellis joining us live from Johnson City, Tennessee tonight. Shout out to our Johnson City friends. And hey, we got some more performers coming at you, and they're such an amazing lineup tonight. So I'm just gonna keep it rolling here, but I will briefly say thanks to our sponsor, Sovereign Kava. Be sure and stop by. You get a free double for performing tonight. Support Sovereign Kava. Also, our open mic tonight feature goes to support BeLoved Asheville, a really great organization here in Asheville, doing work with houseless people and just spreading poetry throughout the community, you know. So keep up with them and support the work they do. There's that donate link there. You just go to belovedasheville.com. And well, we also got a Venmo there to make it easy. So please donate. Any bit helps. This is literally going to save people's lives who are out on the streets freezing in the cold this winter. So thank you. Please consider supporting BeLoved. And thank you for your likes, comments, and shares. This is Poetry Over Mike Asheville. And up next, let's see, up next we have Ashley Huber. So many great Hubers in the house tonight. Also, so, hey, everyone out there, jump up and down, scream and shout, and make a whole bunch of noise for our friend Ashley here. Give it up! Woo! Woo! What's up, Ashley?
Hi.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm good.
Very good. It's good to see you. I loved that story you read last week. And
Thank you.
and the poems before that, and yeah, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, I have a couple original poems, and then my 12-year-old actually wrote something, and
Nice.
I asked if I could share it because I thought it was pretty flippin' awesome, and I was given permission, and so
Yeah.
you'll also hear an original by one of my little wee ones.
Wonderful. I'm so excited about that.
We're
I used to
Hubers.
teach
We're like
poetry.
the plague.
A good plague, though. Very
Yes.
good plague.
Poetry plague.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I used to teach kids, and I love poetry by kids a lot of the time because they'll come up with things like that adults wouldn't think of, you know.
I know, yeah.
And
I'm always impressed. So.
yeah, and your child being of the Huber descent, I'm sure they're naturally a talented writer. So
I
anyway.
believe so. So I'll let you guys be the judge on that.
All right, cool. Well, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks so much, Ashley. Cheers.
All right. The first one is called Happily Never Gonna Happen. You want dragons, you want magic, but patience, you don't have it, because these maidens, they ain't tragic, and the story, it ain't classic. As a prince or a princess, I don't need a raid on my village. Ask me to drop my braid, and you'll be screaming for a doctor. My monsters portrayed as villains, while you try to get paid with my business? My witches foretold as bitches? Mistake their threefold law. Brah, you're burning in the ditches. Pick a fight with my troll, mistaking for deplorable for might, with a horrible scream, with a boot kick off a bridge. No brute or stroke of a lute, not a cute rogue or simple joke, can waltz into these vaults, treasure in mind. Sadly, they'll find a "we're closed" sign. Then I saw a cool little excerpt in a book, and it gave me the inspiration to write this poem today. So I'm going to read the excerpt, and then I'm going to read the poem. It is something we don't think about enough. At a party given by a billionaire on Shelter Island, Kurt Vonnegut informs his pal, Joseph Heller, that their host, a hedge fund manager, had made more money in a single day than Heller had earned with his wildly popular novel Catch-22 over its whole history. Heller responds, "Yes, but I have something he'll never have. Enough." So with that, I will read. When is enough? Is it 10:30? Humans seek it like treasure, but never find the X marks enough. We are selfish with it. We fight for it. But asked to define it, it's just not enough. Though that's enough to deign. So let's search for something amazing that helps us forget the complaining, because we've had enough of that. Never enough time or enough cheese. Enough with the cold. Are we tough enough? Good enough? Enough? Written enough? Doesn't look enough. But we've all heard enough. When is enough? Enough is enough. And then, last but not least, I had my 12-year-old. I'm a homeschool teacher now. I asked her to write about school. And so this is what resulted. I hate school. Let me elaborate. This won't be a piece of cake, but let me explain. The system is outdated. Our enthusiasm is deflated. Our education and freedom has been traded. What have we created? The industrial age? When was it last updated? Children are stressed. Lots are depressed. Some get anxiety over the letter F. What will be next? Students end up dead? They don't care about us. We just need to be obedient. We need to fix that because robots are not needed to be educated. Stay silent. Be quiet. No social interaction because that's such a riot. And no creativity. No being who you want to be. And let's get girls in troubles for showing their knees. This is how things will be if we keep things the same. 16 years wasted over something so lame. A, B, C, D, F. Is that what we base most of our childhood on? Do you see where I'm coming from? Can you see what is wrong? We spend 16 years stressing over letters when we could make things so much better. I hope this will make a change because it's very much needed. Help get things rearranged. Control, Alt, deleted. That is mine for tonight. Thank you.
Yay! Oh my gosh. Wow. Amazing stuff. Your kid's poem was really powerful.
Yeah.
Like, there's are insights that I think a lot of adults don't even get.
Or
you know?
forget, we really...
Exactly, yeah.
Because I know you're right around my age. I mean, we were the generation where school shootings and all those stresses and all that stuff started to become really evident and a part of our everyday life. And a lot of people forget that when they grow older and they get out of that school and all the different stresses. So I was impressed.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's important to remember those things and to be reminded. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Wait, what's your kid's name again?
Zen.
Oh, of course. I love it. Well, cool. Thank you to Zen and thank you to Ashley. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it.
Definitely.
Glad you're here.
And I donated to BeLoved. It's very important to me. So I did my Venmo and everybody else, please consider doing as well because it's a very, very good cause and good group. So
Absolutely. Yes, and you can too. Thank you so much for that, Ashley. Appreciate the support for them, and thank you for being here tonight, and I hope you can make it back next time and share more.
absolutely, thank you.
Absolutely. Cool. Y'all give it up for Ashley. That was Ashley Huber, y'all. Thank you. Very good. Keep it locked here. Poetry Open Mic Asheville. We got some more great stuff coming at you tonight. So yeah, don't go anywhere. Very cool. Up next, I believe we have Christopher T. George, and then we got Mark Hudson coming at you, and Justin Blackburn's gonna make an appearance tonight. And let's see, Justin and Emilio, and I don't know, there may be a spot or two left. And if we're missing anyone, let me know. And performers, be sure and follow that StreamYard link in the broadcast studio so we know you're ready to go, and we'll link you in. All right. Very good. Let's go to Christopher. Oh, I want to make sure we get to the comments for Ashley. A bunch of comments here for Ashley. I liked it. Yes. And we appreciate the comments. We love to hear from our viewers. So, yeah. Please keep it coming. Yeah, KJ, thank you. Yeah. Indeed. Right? Right? Incredible. Yes, indeed. Good comments there. Cool. All right. Cool. We're going to keep it moving here because, yeah, we got these great performers coming at you. It's always good to have Christopher T. George in the house. Christopher T. George is an accomplished poet and historian, and he's from Liverpool, and he's joining us tonight from Delaware. And I want everyone out there to make a whole bunch of noise for Christopher T. George. Hey, Christopher.
Hi, Caleb.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Well, I was feeling a little bit better earlier when I thought that they were going to convict Trump, but I'm not so sure now. So
right,
we'll see. I mean, I think the Democrats from Congress have been making a very solid case against this guy, that he really did provoke what happened at the U.S. Capitol. But you know, of course, you've got Lindsey Graham and you've got Ted Cruz and people like that who are probably not going to vote to convict. So we'll see.
Right. I don't know. It seems like a very partial courtroom, you know, for a court. It seems quite partial.
I mean, there's a hell of a lot of hypocrites in the Senate, and
right.
I mean, you know, here's a man who was destroying the country, you know, that he was going to destroy the rule of law, you know, the man who swore to protect the citizens of the United States, and you know, I don't know.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, and you know, a lot of these folks will even acknowledge that, you know, this attack on the Capitol was really, you know, was really terrible, but yet it's still, oh well, it's not enough to convict a president, or you know, or this phone call, yeah, that was bad, but it's not that big a deal, you know. And it's
right.
Like,
well, I mean,
really,
you know,
is.
He was telling this terrific lie that he'd won by a landslide, and it's patently not true. I mean, he lost 60 lawsuits, you know,
right?
You know, and yet still claims that he won, you know.
Well, and I think continuing to do that, you know, in itself is an attack on the democratic process. You know,
that's right.
I mean,
that's right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, I hope they will convict. So, you know, you know, we don't want this person to potentially come back into power. Or,
no.
I don't know.
Well, he might you know, they're talking about him forming his own party, and that might really break up the GOP if that happens. You know, the Patriot Party, or the Pity Party,
right? Yeah,
you know.
maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing. But anyway, we'll see.
Yep.
But cool. Did you bring some poems tonight?
I certainly did. I'm going to lead off with a little bit of Sylvia Plath.
Cool.
Her poetry had a real, when I read Sylvia Plath in the late 70s, it really created a kind of earthquake in my own poetry. And,
right.
I really found her very dynamic and really love her stuff.
And I think she was a gateway poet in many respects.
Yeah. A
lot of people got turned on through Plath.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
left us
very cool.
Left us too soon, and this particular poet, Tulips, was published in 1962, and it's incredible to realize that that's 59 years ago.
Right.
So.
Well, thank you, Christopher, for sharing this. I'll turn it over to you now.
All right. Cheers. Tulips by Sylvia Plath. The tulips are too excitable. It is winter here. Look how white everything is, how quiet, how snowed in. I am learning peacefulness, lying by myself quietly as the light lies on these white walls, this bed, these hands. I am nobody. I have nothing to do with explosions. I have given my name and my day clothes up to the nurses, and my history to the anesthetist, and my body to the surgeons. They have propped my head between the pillow and the sheet cuff, like an eye between two white lids that will not shut. Stupid pupil, it has to take everything in. The nurses pass and pass. They are no trouble. They pass the way gulls pass inland in their white caps, doing things with their hands, one just the same as another. So it is impossible to tell how many there are. My body is a pebble to them. They tend it as water tends to the pebbles it must run over, smoothing them gently. They bring me numbness in their bright needles. They bring me sleep. Now I have lost myself. I am sick of baggage. My patent leather overnight case like a black pill box. My husband and child smiling out of the family photo. Their smiles catch onto my skin, little smiling hooks. I have let things slip. A 30-year-old cargo boat stubbornly hanging onto my name and address. They have swabbed me clear of my loving associations. Scurd and burr on the green plastic pillowed trolley. I watched my tea set, my bureaus of linen, my books sink out of sight, and the water went over my head. I am a nun now. I have never been so pure. I didn't want any flowers. I only wanted to lie with my hands turned up and be utterly empty. How free it is. You have no idea how free. The peacefulness is so big, it dazes you. It asks nothing. A name tag, a few trinkets. It is what the dead close on, finally. I imagine them shutting their mouths on it like a communion tablet. The tulip, they hurt me, even though the gift paper I could hear them breathe lightly through their white swaddlings like an awful baby. Their redness talks to my wound. It corresponds. They are subtle. They seem to float, though they weigh me down, upsetting me with their sudden tongues and their card color. A dozen red lead sinkers round my neck. Nobody watched me before. Now I am watched. The tulips turn to me, and the window behind me, where once a day the light slowly widens and slowly thins, and I see myself flat, ridiculous, a cut paper shadow between the eye of the sun and the eyes of the tulips. And I have no face. I have wanted to efface myself. The vivid tulips eat my oxygen. Before they came, the air was calm enough, coming and going, breath by breath, without any fuss. Then the tulips filled it up with like a loud noise. Now the air snags and eddies round them, the way a river snags and eddies round a sunken rust-red engine. They concentrate my attention that was happy, playing and resting without committing itself. The walls also seem to be warming themselves. The tulips should be behind bars like dangerous animals. They are opening like the mouth of some great African cat, and I am aware of my heart. It opens and closes. Its bowl of red blooms out of sheer love of me. The water I taste is warm and salt like the sea, and comes from a country far away as hell's. And a few of my poems. Going to go back to England for several poems. This is called Hotel Albion. In the overstuffed lounge under the limp palm, the Colonel, his podgy pink hands fiercely gripping the arms of his chair, his monocle flashing bright as the lost empire, bellows his daily story of the creatures he's bagged, boomsh, 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 the whole world round. Miss Miniver doesn't listen. She never listens to his killing. She grieves for her long dead canary, her fast, nervous fingers wielding her knitting needles, clacker, 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 knitting Union Jack bed socks, knitting hope for the town's poor. By the low lace curtain window, the better to see in the rain-drenched light, Mr. Tickwell is deaf to both of them. Lovingly, he shows the neat rows of stamps in his stamp album to no one but himself. His milk-white hands holy as a parson's on the red leather binding. In the breadth of a century's sigh, he peers closely at the engraved scenarios within the perforated squares, the native huts, the colonial outpost under languid Union Jacks, the secret shores, and he soars like a kittiwake over the lost seas of the empire. This one is called, there's an expression in England I should explain called Queer Street. When you're in Queer Street, you're out of money. And this is kind of fictional. I took art classes with my friend Jeff Andrews with a guy at the Liverpool Art College called an artist called Sam Walsh, and Adrian Henry was both a poet and an artist who was in a poet along with Roger McGough, who was in a satirical group with Mike McGear, who was Paul McCartney's brother. In Queer Street, for Sam Walsh, Adrian Henry, and Jeff Andrews. I ransack the pockets of my pants and jackets for cash, find only muck, plus notes for poems. My life is measured out in pocket lint. The exigencies of war. A soldier digs a fatigue pit, finds a ceramic doll's head, and a lead battleship, Hummel and Dreadnought, Sturm and Drang, needles and hearts. I felt a failure with friends and girls, better at chess and anapestic prosody than twist or tango. I feared being taken behind the bicycle sheds and shot. The battleship steaming past New Brighton Tower, the brown Mersey beating against the sea wall. I show you the echo photograph. I can't paint that, you said. Yet you painted the dinner party, a pre-Raphaelite dream. All our friends ranged each side of the table, tall bottles of wine, fingers pointed, ciggies finely poised, Adrian and Roger, Sam and Sheena, John and Paul, me and you, unpainted. I recall us rolling home from the crack. Where did we get the word with it all for such profligacy? Adrian and your painting sold, but my poems lay in drawers or in editor's drawers. You worked in your Mersey studio while I worked in a jelly baby factory in the smoke. After the dinner party, you drew but never painted. Did you run out of ambition, or had you painted all you knew, invested everything in the canvases you left? The night we slept in your Mini Cooper in Wapping before waltzing round Petticoat Lane with my Super 8, recording the hawkers pitching their veggie cutters. You the artist and me the poet, recorders of life, two renegades on the lam, Ronnie Biggs and Powell, great train robbers without the purloin quids. The backed up sink in your cold water flat in Gambia Terrace, floating pieces of paper swirling across the lino, pieces of my face, the photos you'd taken for my portrait. You and I singing Carrickfergus in the Everyman Bistro, harmonizing to your guitar. My days are numbered, so come all you young men and lay me down. Taken by drink before your time, the large heads you painted, etched in Auden's face, Amma and angst, Hoover, like Mount Rushmore, the young pop stars, Paul and John. In the photo, your head back laughing. Behind you, a painting of my feet on pink satin sheets, tagged for the show, oil on canvas, signed and dated. Thank you, Caleb.
Thank you, Christopher. Great stuff. I loved all that. Especially the line about the leather possum hands.
All right.
I like that, and the line about the anapestic prosody that took me straight back to poetry class, man.
Okay.
Very evocative. And of course the Plath poem too, you know, I never really got that into Plath, but that poem is amazing. That was just stunning.
As I say, you know, she really caused a sea change in me as a poet. You know, I really developed when I read her stuff.
Absolutely.
And you know, one of the things that, you know, I've mentioned before, F. Scott Fitzgerald,
indeed,
coming to Asheville,
who hung out here in Asheville. Yeah,
exactly. And you know, his advice to his daughter Scotty was that you've got to read great writers in order to write great literature, and I've always gone by that.
I think that's very true. Yeah. Poets who write great stuff usually read great stuff.
Right, and
almost always. I don't know one who doesn't.
And I have to give you an accolade. I really admire your Lorca poems.
Well,
Excellent
thank you.
stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, Lorca was hugely influential to me, and sort of, I think sometimes you feel a deep connection with certain
Yeah.
poets, right? Like you sort of you almost feel like you understand it in a way no one else does, and that is perhaps not true, but you might not understand it.
Well, I think
yeah.
I think their stuff speaks to us, and one of the things I, as a historian, I tune into the life stories of these people,
Mm-hmm.
and want to know more about them and identify with them from that standpoint.
Right. And talk about, I mean, those two just right there. I mean, Plath and Lorca, both you could make hundreds of movies about their lives. I mean, they're just incredible lives. Yeah,
that's right.
Just full of great inspiration and tragedy and love and everything, and unrequited love and the works.
Right.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing the poetry and the perspective. It's always great to hear from you, Christopher.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here tonight.
All right.
Indeed. All right. We'll see you next time. Everyone give it up one more time. Christopher T. George. All the way from Delaware tonight. Yes. Shout out to Delaware. And shout out to everybody tuning in from wherever you are tonight. We welcome performers from all over the world now on the ASHEViLLE Poetry Open Mic here. My name is Caleb Beissert. It's always a pleasure to be your host. Let's see. We've got some more amazing performers coming at you. So keep it locked here. You don't want to miss any of this tonight. It's great. Keep in mind tonight's episode benefits beloved ASHEViLLE. Please check them out and support the great work they're doing here in ASHEViLLE. Yes, indeed. All right. Up next on the mic tonight, we have Mark Hudson joining us from ASHEViLLE. It's always great to have Mark Hudson on the mic. Let's see what he's got for us tonight. Y'all got to make a whole bunch of noise, though. Give it up for Mark Hudson!
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Mark? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. I'm tired, dude.
I feel you, man. I feel you. It happens. I've been tired too, man. I've been so busy this week and the past few
weather's
weeks.
Been up and down, up and down. We're supposed to get this crazy storm this next week.
Oh, again? Yeah, okay.
Oh, another one? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
that's how it's been, though, right? The weather just cannot make up its mind around here. These past few winters, really.
What, 60-something degrees today? I was sweating on the way to work, man.
And then it was 20 degrees 2 days ago, and guess we're in for it again, but that's all right.
People are out in shorts, and then...
Yeah.
What?
I know, that's the main thing. You don't know how to dress in this weather.
Right, right. It's like one layer, no layers, or 3 layers.
It's like you get up, you do the coat and the jacket and the scarf and the hat and everything. You walk outside and then it's 60 degrees and it's like, wait a minute.
And then it's like, well, 1 mask now or 2 masks or or N95 or cloth or all of them.
Lots of choices to make. What is it? I think the CDC is now recommending 2 masks.
Yeah, they have some stat that's like 96 point whatever % keeping the particles in, I guess.
Yeah, that's good. Though I have heard you don't want to wear too many masks. Actually, you can't just keep going like endlessly. At a certain point, the air's not even coming through it anymore.
Well, like I want to get one of these things that Reggie Watts is rocking, where it's just like a bubble around your head.
Oh yeah.
And it has like a little fan filtration.
Yeah, man. You get some air conditioning in there, and Get a little Bluetooth radio going, man.
Imagine if that's the future and there's like screens and shit in there.
Dude, it's exactly what people from the past thought the future was going to be like. People walking around with their bubble heads, you know. The Flaming Lips are doing bubble concerts now.
Right,
Did you see that?
That looks kind of fun though. Like,
yeah, I know. I think we should do that even when it's not a pandemic.
Right.
I'm all about the bubble concerts.
man, I was reading an article about that and how effective those are, and they have like they're going around with, I guess, blowers to suck the air out and in to keep it fresh. And I'm like, what the hell?
Wow. Oh, what an age to live in.
Well,
to live in.
I'm going on a different pace tonight.
Okay.
I got this book. It's incredible. It's called Silence in the Age of Noise by Erling Kagge. We say Kagge down here. But he's Norwegian. He's this crazy Norwegian explorer that he did this 3 poles challenge. So he went to the North Pole, the South Pole, and he scaled Antarctica too. I mean, not what the hell am I talking about? I'm tired.
How many poles do we have?
Everest.
Oh,
I guess Everest is the 3rd pole. Man, I need to sleep.
I was thinking it was gonna be like the moon or something.
Well,
and then he went and climbed the North Pole of the moon.
He took the space elevator.
Right.
There is actually a really cool. Speaking of the moon, check this out. That's a view from the moon.
Oh, that really puts it in perspective, right?
He wrote essays about his trips on these explorations and about our relationship with silence. So I'm going to read a couple of those.
I love that. All right.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'll turn it over to you, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Y'all welcome Mark Hudson.
Hello, everyone. All right. Here's just the first 2 essays that this incredible explorer has written. Puts things in perspective about the crazy noise that we all deal with on a day-to-day basis. So, a lot of things in daily life boil down to wonder. It is one of the purest forms of joy that I can imagine. I enjoy that feeling. I often wonder. I do it almost everywhere. When traveling, reading, meeting people, when I sit down to write, or whenever I feel my heartbeat or see the sunrise. Wonder is one of the most powerful forces with which we are born. It is also one of our finest skills. Not only for an explorer like me, it holds just as much value for a father or for a publisher. I like it, preferably without interruption. Scientists can uncover truths. I would have liked to do that, but that path simply wasn't for me. Throughout my life, my opinions on nearly everything have shifted. My sense of wonder is first and foremost something in and of itself, wonder for the sake of wonder, a small voyage of discovery. Though it can also be the seed that germinates to bring forth new possibilities. At other times, wonder is involuntary. It is not something that I choose, but rather I wonder because I simply cannot let it be. Something ugly from my past rears its head, a thought or an experience. It begins to gnaw at me, and I can't stop thinking about what it might mean. My cousin came to dinner one evening, and she gave me a poetry collection by a Norwegian author and playwright, John Fosse. After she left, I lay on the bed leafing through the book. Just before turning off the light, these words surfaced. There is a love no one remembers. What did he mean by that? An invisible love that lies dormant? Could it be he was writing about silence? Good poetry reminds me of the great explorers. The right words are able to set my thoughts in motion, just like the explorers' accounts that I read when I was young. Before I fell asleep, I decided to write Fosse the next morning, ask him about those 7 words, and try to draw water from his well. In a way, it is the silence that speaks, replied Fosse. 6 minutes after I had sent off my email. It almost seemed he had been waiting for my inquiry, yet that could have hardly been the case, as he hadn't heard from me in years. To speak is precisely what the silence should do. It should speak, and you should talk with it in order to harness the potential that is present. Perhaps it's because silence goes together with wonder, but it also has a kind of majesty to it. Yes, like an ocean or like an endless snowy expanse, he said. And whoever does not stand in wonder at this majesty fears it. And that is most likely why many are afraid of silence and why there is music everywhere, everywhere. I recognize the fear that Fosse describes. A vague angst about something I can't quite put my finger on, something which causes me all too easily to avoid being present in my own life. Instead, I busy myself with this or that, avoiding the silence, living through the new task at hand. I send text messages, put on some music, listen to the radio, or allow my thoughts to flit about rather than holding still and shutting out the world for a single moment. I think the fear that Fosse expresses is a fear of getting to know ourselves better. There is a whiff of cowardice whenever I try to avoid that. Antarctica is the quietest place I've ever been. I walked alone to the South Pole, and in that whole vast monotone landscape there was no human noise apart from the sounds I made. Alone on the ice, far into that great white nothingness, I could both hear and feel the silence. I had been forced by the company who owned the plane that flew me to the northern edge of Antarctica to bring a radio. The last thing I did in the plane was to leave the batteries in the rubbish bin. Everything seemed completely flat and white, mile after mile, all the way to the horizon as I headed southwards across the world's coldest continent. Underneath lie over 7 million cubic miles of ice, pressing down on the Earth's surface. Eventually, in complete isolation, I began to notice that nothing was completely flat after all. The ice and snow formed small and large abstract shapes. The uniform whiteness was transformed into countless shades of white. A tinge of blue surfaced on the snow, somewhat reddish, greenish, and slightly pink. The landscape seemed to be changing along the route, but I was wrong. My surroundings remained constant. I was the one who changed. On the 22nd day, I wrote in my journal, "At home, I only enjoy big bites. Down here, I am learning to value minuscule joys. The nuanced hues of the snow, the wind abating, formations of clouds, silence. As a child, I was fascinated by the snail that was able to carry its own house wherever it went. During my Antarctic expedition, my admiration for the snail increased. I pulled all the food, gear, and fuel I needed for the entire trip on a sledge and never opened my mouth to speak. I shut up. I had no radio contact, nor did I see a single living creature for 50 days. I did nothing but ski south each day. Even when I got angry about a broken binding or because I nearly slipped into a crevasse, I did not curse. Lashing out brings you down and makes a bad mood worse. That's why I never swear on expeditions. At home, there's always a car passing, a telephone ringing, pinging or buzzing, someone talking, whispering or yelling. There are so many noises that we barely hear them all. Here, it was different. Nature spoke to me in the guise of silence. The quieter I became, the more I heard. Each time I stopped for a break, if the wind was not blowing, I experienced a deafening silence. When there is no wind, even the snow looks silent. I became more and more attentive to the world of which I was a part. I was neither bored nor interrupted. I was alone with my own thoughts and ideas. The future was no longer relevant. I paid no attention to the past. I was present in my own life. The world disappears when you go into it, claimed the philosopher Martin Heidegger. And that is precisely what happened. I had become an extension of my surroundings. With no one to talk to, I began a conversation with nature. My thoughts were broadcast out over the plains towards the mountains, and other ideas were sent back. In my journal southwards, I noted how easy it was to think that the continents that we cannot travel to, experience, or see do not have much worth. One needs to have been to a place to have photographed it and shared the photos in order for it to gain meaning. On the 27th day, I wrote, Antarctica is still distant and unknown for most people. As I walk along, I hope it will remain so. Not because I begrudge many people experiencing it, but because Antarctica has a mission as an unknown land. I believe that we need places that have not been fully explored and normalized. There is still a continent that is mysterious and practically untouched, that can be a state within one's fantasy. This may be the greatest value of Antarctica for my 3 daughters and generations to come. The secret to walking to the South Pole is to put one foot in front of the other, and to do this enough times. On a purely technical scale, this is quite simple. Even a mouse can eat an elephant if it takes small enough bites. The challenge lies in the desire. The biggest challenge is to get up in the morning when the temperature is 50 degrees below freezing, in landscapes that mirror those of Roald Amundsen's and Robert Scott's times. The next hardest challenge, to be at peace with yourself. The silence adhered to me. Having no contact with the outside world, isolated and alone, I was forced to further ponder the thoughts that I already possessed. And, what's worse, my feelings. Antarctica is the world's largest desert comprised of water, with more hours of sunshine than Southern California. There's nowhere to hide. Those daily white lies and half-truths that we tell while we are back in civilization seem completely meaningless from a distance. It may sound as though I meditated my way forward, but that's not how it was. At times, the cold and wind gripped me like a pair of icy wire cutters. I froze until I wept. My nose, fingers, and toes gradually turned white, and the feeling in them disappeared. The pain arises when parts of your body become frostbitten. But then the pain abates. It returns again when they are thawed out. All the energy I could muster was consumed in trying to warm up again. It is more painful to thaw out frostbite than to freeze in the first place. Later the same day, when the warmth returned to my body, I regained energy to daydream. Americans have built a base even at the South Pole. Scientists and maintenance workers reside there for several months at a time, isolated from the outside world. One year there were 99 residents who celebrated Christmas together at the base. Someone had smuggled in 99 stones and handed out one apiece as Christmas gifts, keeping one for themselves. Nobody had seen stones for months. Some people hadn't seen stones for over a year. Nothing but ice, snow, and man-made objects. Everyone sat gazing at and feeling their stone, holding it in their hands, feeling its weight without uttering a word. And that's my time.
Dude, thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Wow. That was really incredible. I was thinking that. I did not know about that. That was uncannily relevant with all the isolation.
And
talk.
there's so much more of these essays in this book, man. It's like really incredible.
That's cool. I wrote it down. I'm gonna have to check it out. Okay.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. It's always a pleasure. It's great to see you here, and hope you can make it back next time.
Most definitely. Take care, man.
Cool.
Good night.
Absolutely. Take care too. Y'all give it up for Mark Hudson. And you got it locked to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. Thanks for joining us tonight. It's always a pleasure to be with you. My name is Caleb Beissert. We got a few more performers on the mic tonight, so yeah, keep tuning in. I do want to mention, I want to blast the comments for Mark. I think we got some some comments here. Hey, thank you so much. We appreciate the comments. We love hearing from y'all. So please keep the comments coming. Also want to give a shout out to our friends tuning in right now down at Sovereign Kava, our sponsor. We love Sovereign Kava, the Kava bar here in Asheville, where we've been doing this open mic for 10 plus years. But yes, as I was saying, tonight's episode of Poetry Open Mic Asheville goes to benefit BeLoved Asheville, a wonderful organization that does work with houseless people and other communities here in Asheville, and we encourage you to support them. Anything you can give really helps, and it's a really critical time to look out for our houseless community members, because it's been really cold this winter here in Asheville, and your donation can quite literally save someone's life. So please consider donating to BeLoved Asheville and supporting the great work that they do here in our community. Yeah, so we're rocking and rolling here. We got some great poets coming at you. Justin Blackburn's here, Emilio Maldonado's here. I mean, wow, it's been already been a great night so far, and yeah, we got the heavy hitters in the house tonight for sure. So anyway, let's get them connected here. We got Blackburn up next. Great Asheville poet. Check him out, JustinBlackburnWrites.com, and all that good stuff. Also, we got that new album here too, so check that out, and go ahead and put your hands together really hard for Justin Blackburn. What's up, Justin?
What's up?
Chilling, man. It's good to see you.
Great to see you too.
Yeah, man. Cool, dude. You been doing all right?
Doing awesome, man. I'm doing awesome.
That's what's up, man. What you been up to?
Today just did I actually I got hired by a life coaching company in town.
Whoa, cool.
Called Life Tutors.
Far out, dude. That's cool. Justin's been doing life coaching for like a long time now. And yeah,
apparently
really good at it.
A woman that I did a show at a bar years ago, and gave this woman a book, and she started following me on Facebook, and she started working for this company called Life Tutors, which is like a coaching company in Asheville, and yeah, so she hired me, and we had a meeting today, so that was cool.
Dude, and congrats.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a little different than what I do with my clients.
Right.
It's basically it's but it's still amazing. It's basically like people who are kind of trying to find themselves in the world. Younger people, 18 to 30, still trying to find themselves, and it's basically working with those kids or those people to kind of give them that encouragement to find themselves.
Totally, man. Way cool. And I know you're so good at that. So
thank you. I appreciate that. So that was cool. So I did that today, and just kind of made some Facebook, did some promotional work, and then
totally, man. Your Facebook posts just inspire me, man. Like,
thanks, man.
It's always something like positive in my feed, and,
awesome.
And God knows we need something positive in our feed here and there,
Yeah, I try to be a reflection of, how I feel deeper down, and, totally. My coaching and things like that, how I feel, and just kind of post a lot of positive. I mean, because even though a lot of my work is has foul language and it's about, weird shit, I try to, and everything kind of comes down to some kind of positive shit at the end.
Right.
Usually.
I know you're always like, oh, that was a really depressing one, and I'm like, I thought that was really positive, man.
Oh yeah.
Like I find
I'm always trying to
really
find
positive.
that, because I think essentially like that's who we are.
Yeah.
Past all this conditioning, I think deep down we're all those beings of love and beauty and joy, and all the other stuff's okay. It's not like I'm, but I think it's like, and yeah, I just think that we've kind of like the world's it's a horrible place on some level.
Yeah.
And it's
totally. It can,
I think we're kind of
really traumatic.
We're taught backwards. Yeah, it's very traumatic, and we're kind of taught backwards, and that kind of fucks with us. But yeah, Sovereign Kava used to hire me to do life coaching. That was awesome.
That's right. Yeah. We did this this series
that
of
was
like
so much
I
fun.
think once a week or once a month or something. We were doing like just giving something to like people who hung out there, just giving them something for free. So it would be like life coaching or a tarot reading or a massage or a haircut. Like something,
it was great.
Something you really benefit from. Yeah, I hope we could bring that back.
That was such a cool thing. That was
totally.
That was amazing.
That was really cool. I would go to those. For
yeah,
sure.
I did too. They were great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than that, I got to and then I went and stopped by my friend Matt house. I was actually getting some pistachios by his house. I stopped by and hung out with him.
Pistachios?
Yeah, pistachios.
No, I'm just.
And actually, I do have the proof here.
Okay.
But that was funny. But yeah, so it was good to see him. He loves the Kava bar.
Nice.
He told me to tell you hey because he was.
Oh yeah, Matt. Oh
yeah, because I left.
Totally. Oh,
I left his house to come here and do the thing. So
totally. Yeah, tell him I said hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, that's what's up, dude. So, what do you got? Poems, comedy?
Yeah, I think
Justin does so much.
I was gonna read a couple. I'm still always kind of working on these books. I want to put a lot of my books on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna read a couple from the Farting Fire.
Oh yeah, classic Farting Fire. All right. Cool, man. I'll turn it over to you. But everyone out there, make some noise for Justin Blackburn.
Hey, everybody. I hope you all are doing amazing. I'm going to read this first poem. It's called Cliche Poem to a Poet Poem. And this was the first poem I ever wrote that was like, I don't want to say it was the first because I was pretty narcissistic as a kid. Yeah. But this is like the first good poem I ever wrote, I think, in my opinion. And this one I wrote, I was like, wow. But I like this one a lot. And it's not for everybody because it's kind of a fuck you to the world until you find your self. So it's kind of like fuck everything except for your soul or your spirit. It's kind of the basis of the poem. But I really love this poem. And it's the first poem in my book, Farting Fire. If anybody wants a copy, you can hit me up. I have a couple. But here we go. This is called Cliche Poem from a Poet Poem. Write from your soul. Eventually, your soul will start writing from you. If you don't have a soul, don't worry. Find the most masculine, muscular man closest to you, blow him a kiss. After he kicks your ass, call your mother. Tell her to write everything you say down. Congratulations, you got your first poem. For God's sakes, don't stop there. Whatever you do, don't listen to your teachers. That's why they're teachers. They don't know shit, so they don't know you. The real poets are poets. You won't meet them until you become one. Until then, hang out in the forests, the alleyways, the wrinkled faces, go fishing for birds, feed your stomach clouds, rip dollar bills off trees, play football for the coach, study trash cans, and live in your own yellow submarine. Hang around pretentious professors pretending you are incredibly deep while making fun of yourself out loud in front of their family's God. You are confused. Life is war to you. Good. You wouldn't have it any other way. No one understands you. Great. You don't understand yourself. All you need to know is you don't need to know. Just keep loving, keep fucking, keep sucking, keep living, keep giving, keep laughing. Most of all, keep writing. Realize the best poems are written by the air and the tragic part of the night, by the waves of the ocean through the eyes of children. See everyone as a poem. Write them. If you find people think you're fucking crazy, perfect. You're on the path to greatness. if you're not receiving the attention you desire, if you're finding yourself mediocre and bitter, eating your way into winter, don't kill yourself. Smoke weed by a fire. Take your pen to a bookstore, change the titles around, make a beautiful, hilarious stone poem of it. If that doesn't work, find a person in a wheelchair. See the overwhelming beauty in their heroicness. Follow them until you've written 50 poems. Invite friends to a coffee shop to listen to you read them. When no one shows up, read your poems to the wall like Martin Luther King Jr. Walk out of the empty room like Lou Reed. It is time to give your poems to everyone you can. I'm talking parents, gas station employees, the thunder, the lightning. I'm talking hot chicks, famous fuckers, guilty prisoners, rising rivers. Most importantly, find the highest esteemed bullshit-licking literary journals. Send your poem there with a letter to the editor explaining how every poem you write is because you want to fuck his wife. When you get the rejection letter, glue it to the refrigerator, buy yourself roses. You've passed with flying colors. Now it's time to find a lover. Someone 50 times more fucked up than you are. Someone who knows from the start the joke is on you. Someone who shits out your heart without ever tasting it. After they fuck your friends, go to the darkness. When you come out, you will be broke, empty, talking shit to inanimate objects and exactly where you need to be to face the next demon head on. For this part of the journey, you'll need the fungus that grows off cow shit. Don't be scared. It's like pussy. Don't think about the taste. Just let it become you. The feeling you're getting. Like there's more to life than you can imagine, yet less than you can comprehend. Write that feeling down. That feeling is the place to be. Become grass. Write about how grateful you are to be walked on. Become wind. Write about how grateful you feel to kiss a tree. Become the demon within. Write about how grateful you are to die. Become yourself. Write about how grateful you are to write. Kiss the ground. Fondle the sky. You are ready to love everything. Now you understand the true reason you chose to be a poet. It is a quick, non-stop route to your spirit. Now let everything be beautiful. Speak it, feel it, write it, live it, hear it. You are a part of everything. Nothing else matters. I love you, poet. Take my advice or don't. I don't give a fuck either way. It's your life. Live it however you like. I love your life regardless. All roads go to where no roads. All roads lead to where no roads can go. Namaste. Woo! All right, I like that poem. I'm gonna read a couple more, and then I'm done. This is another poem from Farting Fire. This is called Every Fart That Made You Laugh. You fart in front of me for the first time. Through the awful smell, I kiss you. You fling me onto the bed. I whisper in your ear. You just want to get fucked, don't you? Oh God, yes, you pant. We fuck like deranged Mormons from a Kurt Cobain afterworld. Our orgasms make us hungry. We drive down the road reeking, a sweaty ode to a wild, uncontrollable love. I fart and you laugh. You just want to get fucked, don't you? You mock. Oh God, yes. I pant. You pull over in a church parking lot. We fuck each other's gods, goddess, gods, goddess, gods, goddess. Every fart that made you laugh, I honor in heaven's hall of records. Every erection that made you wet, is content in my heart like an angel. Every tongue that touched your clit gushes out of my spirit's endless fountain. Every zit that wore your face is safe in my favorite photo album. All right, that was that one. I'm gonna do two more. This poem's called Spring Christian Festival. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. That seems like comments picking up pretty sure. I'm gonna do two more. This is called Spring Christian Festival. The first time I felt left out, I was 5. The only kid who didn't find an Easter egg. I cried and called my mother to come pick me up. 20 years later, my mother yells at me for being left out of society. Since I didn't graduate college, I don't have a corporate job, and I still live under her roof. I leave and walk to where the eggs were first hid. I still can't find any. I cry and call my mother to come pick me up. I'm going to do one more. Let's see. Yeah, I'll go with this one. Those were, those are kind of true stories, kind of, like the farting fire one, the one about every fart that made you laugh. That was, based on the true shit. And then the Spring Christian Festival was, one time I was 25 and living with my mom, and she flipped out on me for being a loser, or in her mind. And I just left house and walked around, and that poem kind of came out of me, which was cool. But this is another thing that happened, and I'm going to end it with this one. I appreciate all y'all. Shout out to everybody. Thank you, Caleb. It's been awesome. Love this open mic. Can't wait till we can do it in person. And I hope everybody's staying safe and loved out there. And, this is called A Hell Named Bible Camp. So this is another true story here. Farting Fire has some, it's good to write. It's funny. Here we go. My parents dropped me off in hell, a hell named Bible camp. I'm in a big cabin room where a large, creepy, dorky, sweaty white motherfucker who uses the Bible as a roadmap no matter what city he's lost in yells, "Go to the woods and pick up sticks." A bunch of 9-year-olds carry sticks inside. He screams, "Lust, greed, envy, pride." He runs to a girl, holds her sticks in the air, shrieks, "Sin send you to hell. You must break a stick for every sin you commit, or you will burn forever." I don't feel like breaking sticks or going to hell. So I abandoned my fear and detached from the moment to watch other kids receive broken forgiveness. "Why aren't you breaking sticks?" he yells in my face like a defensive coordinator. I don't feel like it. "I know a boy who didn't break sticks. He went to hell. He was screaming, 'God help me, I'm sorry.' But Satan kept burning him and burning him and burning him. Do you want to be that boy? I hand him my sticks. Seems like he needs them more than me. That's true Christianity. All right. Hey, thank y'all very much. I appreciate y'all letting me read some of these poems. It's fun times.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Oh man, that was classic. Classic
Fire.
Blackburn. Yeah, Farting Fire. Hit Justin up if you want the book. I love those poems. I mean, there's really everything in there, from like depressing to inspiring to hysterical to just like really beautiful and touching.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that was when I was really in. I wrote that in my early 20s. And I was very inspired inspired by Bukowski. I think there was
You're right. Right,
a lot
of
of
course,
Bukowski and some beats. I love the beats.
Totally.
I still do.
Right.
But,
Yeah, we always really connected on that.
yeah,
And-
I love the beats, man. They're just.
They really got me. I mean, that was a huge inspiration for
Oh,
me.
me
Like,
too,
kind of
man.
like, oh, wow, poetry can be like cool, Poetry
Oh,
can
freed my mind.
be real life and relatable. Yeah,
yeah,
totally.
exactly. It's not what you learned in school, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But I love Bukowski. How he would kind of take these really brutal moments in your life and then kind of spin them at the end and kind of throw this beautiful thing that opened up your heart, kind of thing.
Yeah, and there would be this very tender beauty in this like gruff, like real world poetry,
Yeah, which made the beauty even more. The contrast.
Exactly.
Brings it out even more. If you can find beauty in those moments, then that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's good poetry. And you say so you have been editing those poems some since
I mean, I kind of
because you're kind of always working on your books, right? Like
I mean, I'm always kind of like I mean, those were it's more of like I was thinking about like putting them on all on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to get rid of like perfectionist part of me.
Yeah.
But I just kind of want to make them really good. And so I mean, a lot of these just kind of editing some of them, make them a little. Not those are just some other ones. Those are pretty done.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it for sure. Well, dude, that's awesome. I encourage everyone to check out the books. Hit up Justin, and dude, thank you for being here tonight and for sharing that poetry.
Yeah, thank you. Until next week, have a great one. Thank you.
Sounds good, man. I'll see you then. Y'all give it up one more time for Justin Blackburn. Yeah. Take off your socks. Yes, indeed, you're tuned into Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. We got some comments there for Justin. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate the comments. The support really means a lot. And we'll keep this going for y'all each and every Wednesday night. This is your spot for sharing of creativity and art, community, catharsis, and love here on the Love Stream every Wednesday night. Keep tuning in. We're here 8:30 Eastern Time, US, and we invite all people from all places to join in and share on the open mic. We got a StreamYard link, so just check out the Poetry Open Mic Asheville group on Facebook. And you can sign up there every week. Also tonight we're donating to Asheville, BeLoved Asheville. There's a donate link right there. They do a lot of great work here in the Asheville community. We really appreciate y'all supporting them. Also, Poetry Cabaret would love your support. I think we got Morgan is still in the bunker, in the Poetry Cabaret bunker. Oh my God. And apparently they're not going to let him out till we sell enough tickets. So I really want everyone to also check out poetrycabaret.com, where you can get buy a ticket to see the show, and they will send you a link right away to watch that show whenever you want. And you should watch it. It's not the longest shelf life, but I think you will dig it. So check out Poetry Cabaret. Morgan, let's see if we can beam Morgan in. Y'all make some noise for our technical director, Morgan Beissert. Let's see, Morgan, are you oh my God, are you still in the poetry bunker?
Yeah, dude, the show's still going through the 14th, man, this Sunday. We gotta sell some tickets. PoetryCabaret.com. Come on. Get me out of here.
Oh my God. You heard him. PoetryCabaret.com. 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 Check it out and buy some tickets for the show. We would love for you to see the show. And you only have till the 14th. Is that right?
This Sunday, you got till this Sunday, the 14th, to buy your tickets. Once you buy your ticket, you're going to get a link. Watch that link anytime. Just make sure you buy your tickets before this Sunday. or on Sunday, the 14th, hopefully before. Enjoy it. PoetryCabaret.com.
Yeah. That's
Buy
because
some
that's
tickets. Get me out of here. The
that's-
rats are taking over, man.
right. Because you're stuck in there till at least the 14th, but hopefully people will buy some tickets and get you out of there sooner, man. That looks really intense, man. I don't know how you're making it in there.
Come on, guys.
All right.
Buy some tickets.
All right.
Oh, God.
We wish you well, Morgan. PoetryCabaret.com. Buy some tickets. Good luck, Morgan. Y'all, please. Good luck, man. We'll buy some tickets, man.
Got till
right.
Sunday.
All
Enjoy
right, y'all give it. Awesome. Y'all give it up one more time for Morgan Beissert. That's Morgan. Thanks, Morgan. Oh man, I hope he's all right. He is looks claustrophobic in there. Poetry Cabaret bunker, man. You know, we're safe in there, but we got to sell some tickets to the show for real. So y'all buy a ticket to see Poetry Cabaret, and just buy it before the 14th. You can watch it whenever you want. All right, we are looking good here tonight. It's a beautiful evening here in Asheville. Shout out to our friends tuning in down at the Kava bar down there. Can almost hear the cars going by. Anyway, we got one more poet, and then I'm gonna close things out with some poems. And we're running out of time, so let's get down to it. We got the amazing Emilio Maldonado joining us all the way from Chicago tonight. It's good to have Chicago in the house. Hey, y'all make a shit ton of noise for Emilio Maldonado. Give it up, folks. What's up, Emilio? How you doing, man?
So,
everything working?
I'm good. I'm a little, yeah, things are working. It's more just like, was, running around. I had, messaged, both of you all like, hey, how am I good on time? And I didn't get a reply. So I'm like, all right, well, we got to make a mad dash to the bathroom. So unfortunately, I don't have a Fela record to play if while I'm
no Fela, dude, you're letting me down. You know I love the Fela Kuti.
I'm just, like yeah, no, I know.
It's all good.
YouTube, but that's like the classic DJ move. Like, man, let me play the Frankie Knuckles 14-minute record while I go hit the the shitter.
Right.
So.
Nah, as long as you got some poems, man.
I got some poems,
we're good with
but I literally just got back from the bathroom like moments before, as I missed Morgan's set. I see he's back inside the toaster. He's inside the toaster strudel again.
Yeah, I know, man. It looks rough in there. I hope he can get out. But
it's like,
just make sure to buy your ticket to Poetry Cabaret so they let him out of there.
There's like life during wartime, there's life during pandemics, and there's life during Pop-Tart lives.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth? Truer words never spoken. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
anyway, so yeah, what you up to tonight? You bring what you working with? You just gonna do it off the cuff, or?
No, you know what? I'm actually gonna read poems that I had put together to read last week. That because of my
all right, yeah, we totally missed you last week. All right, well, I'm glad it worked out this week. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the funny thing is, like, I was sitting here waiting, and then I'm like, okay, I'm in the green room. I'm good. I'm chilling. I watched Mark, and then when Justin came on, I was listening to you guys chat a bit. And that was cool. He got this new gig, and then I'm like,
right.
Oh man, Emilio's got to go. Boom, boom. All right. Like, how much time I got? How much time? And I didn't hear no reply. I'm like, all right, let's see if we can Los Angeles 4x400 relay this.
Dude, believe me, I know about it. I'm the goddamn host, man. You don't think I'm in there like on my phone like, oh God, he's on his last poem. Hurry up.
Right. Oh man, what I would give. It would be funny if Morgan had that old from Wayne's World, that placard, Aurora public access,
Classic. That would be good. That would be good. I don't know what we have in the stock room, but we got different stuff.
Well, you've got the you've got the stock, the one that everybody sees, the background to this, or the the poetry ASHEViLLE. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a cup because I made myself mobile. 1 moment, please. Sorry.
All right. You're tuned in to Poetry Open Mic ASHEViLLE, and we're speaking right now with Emilio Maldonado, a poet from Humboldt Park in Chicago.
That is brilliant.
In case you just tuned in.
Oh my God.
I'm starting to get the hang of this thing.
Oh my God. Ooh, child, that was good. That was a good one. So I knew I was staying over here at my folks' place. So I grabbed some.
They're good. Good.
They're good. My dad's got a colonoscopy tomorrow, so
fun stuff
at
man.
5 a.m. Yeah, so
Woo!
he's
5 a.m. colonoscopy.
So at 5 a.m.
buddy.
So yeah, so tomorrow at early at 5. Yeah, no, I'm sure it will, but he's got to be up really early to take the morning thing. So I'm like, all right, I'll stay over here so I can make sure that he gets up and sit with him while he's got to take it, because that's just going to be a brutal, hour and a half of trying to just like run back and forth,
Mm-hmm.
But then because I knew for sure I was staying over here tonight, because usually Wednesday night I'm either doing the reading here and then I hot foot at home, or I'm hot footing at home, and that's why I'm always like jumping on late. But since it was, I knew I was staying over here, and I was thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna grab something to drink because there's not really anything to drink over at my folks' place.
Mm-hmm.
So I grabbed a bottle of cheapo wine.
Cool.
But I haven't. I just opened it right now. So
yeah, you're like opening it as we speak.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's cool, man. I mean, at least we got you just in time, and you're getting fired up and ready to read some poetry here.
How are you guys doing? I heard you've had some crazy weather. Like, what's going on over there?
It's just it's just. Well, like nowadays, the winters, when I moved to ASHEViLLE like 10 years, 15 years ago or something, in wintertime, it would just be cold the whole winter, and you get a few weeks of snow and everything, and now it's like all over the place.
Right, it was very predictable.
Last week it's like 20 degrees and snowing, and then today it was like 60 degrees or something. And
oh shit! Word, really?
I
didn't realize it was like
all
spring
over
today.
the place. Yeah. The past 2 days have been like spring here, and then apparently there's another winter storm coming. So yeah, no, it's just nothing like too crazy, just very unpredictable weather.
We are in the same has actually been true in Chicago. I'd say in just to kind of throw it out there, like the 2000s have been like what you described, where it's like a very inconsistent weather. And throughout the 90s, it was still like Chicago weather, that typical kind of like, man, it just kind of sucks to be, the winter in Chicago was the typical kind of like northern test your spirit, and February was always like the fucking brutal month, because it's just like, okay, we're almost there and you're not.
Right, exactly.
And it's a short month of like the most severe weather.
Oh, I know.
So
your severe weather's way worse than ours. Yeah, for sure.
Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant we get it's like you're taking these body, taking these right, right, right. You know, you've been taking these shots, and now it's like fucking like, well, I gotta stop, fighting it and move somewhere. But I can't really do that right now.
Right.
And anyhow, yeah. So we got before that winter storm hit the East Coast. It hit us, so we had about a foot
yeah.
of snow dropped on us.
That's
and
right.
then the temperatures dropped.
Yeah, so that was like a week ago or something, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
so we got that, and we were mentioning the weather a lot tonight because we had folks from the BeLoved organization on earlier here in Asheville, and I was just trying to give them a spotlight tonight because they do work with houseless people here in Asheville, and
hell yeah.
and like getting them tents and supplies and like food and like whatever they need,
Yeah.
And so we were trying to raise some donations for them tonight, but basically like last week or something in the middle of that crazy winter storm, the Department of Transportation and the Asheville Police went in and cleared an encampment from under this bridge, and this is happening all over, right?
Yeah,
This is happening there too.
Yeah,
And in the middle of goddamn winter in a pandemic, they're gonna go take away everything from people that have hardly anything.
No, right. It's like the Israeli bulldozers in Palestine.
Yeah. Yep.
It's some diabolical, inhuman shit to do to people. Yeah, man.
Yeah. So that's why we've been talking about the weather. Yeah.
Last year, me and this woman actually did it 2 winters in a row, but I didn't do it this winter. I helped do some fundraising, like some just kind of private person to person type fundraising. And I had contacted one of the organizations that works with homeless people here in Chicago.
Right.
And something that they said, and I don't know if this can be another sort of like something that can work for y'all to help support people on the street. But what they were saying is something that's helpful in addition to giving cash, but like if you're somewhere and you're trying to like put together like packages or things like that, one of the things they said was getting gift cards to places like McDonald's or places like grocery stores, because then they can hang out indoors at these places because they're paying customers.
Smart. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know in the pandemic it's thrown shit off where there's no indoor dining and all that, but still, it gives people a way of like being able to be indoors someplace, and if called on it,
that's a really great idea, because that's any business is going to be like, hey, if you're not buying anything, you can't hang out in here. Like that's just, we got to save space for people buying stuff.
Shit like that. So
yeah, you get them a gift card or something. That's brilliant, man.
Yeah. I mean, cash is always king, but if you're somewhere and you're trying to put together things to distribute, like at an encampment, that was one of the suggestions I got. So passing it along,
Yeah, that's way cool, man.
Yeah.
Well, kick ass, man. Thanks for sharing that. Let's see. I think it's been a big old open mic tonight. So we only got about 20 minutes left. So I want to turn it over to you to so we get some good poetry in from you, man.
Yeah, buddy.
But I'll come back on here in a minute, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Emilio's actually joining us from Lincoln Square tonight in Chicago.
That's right.
Very good. Shout out to Lincoln Square, and everybody everybody give it up for Emilio Maldonado. Make some noise.
Hey. All right. So this is called May Day 2012. ¿A qué lloro? Mi pobre corazón rompe. Your skin warms friends and old lovers. Your hands touch soft skin. And all I have are lies to tell. Please, let me play a song for you I want to charm you even though it's too late. Misty fucking Indifferent Monday kicked my ass enough times. I wished for some other skin. I prayed, plotted, and tried to be cool for, I swear for God, Mama, give me some love, give me some pearls, give me some gold. Mamá, me siento mal. Why I'm so hurting now, Mama? Why I'm so hurting? I scratch thoughts, sounds. Tengo un conocimiento de sangre. Tearing up loves and lies. Mamá, te ofendí. I kiss your feet. Solo si me dejas. The desert waited for me. Arena tiene ensayos para nosotros. A soft breath. Soft hands. Stevie Wonder, baby. Songs in love, songs in life. My dear, there was a bird that carried the thoughts of you to me. There was a butterfly that caressed me in these times of sadness and doubt. I found dance again. I taught life the color blue. I kissed red upon the next 10 years. Harmony. All right, this is the next one. I'm all kinds of hurt that no tequila, no bourbon, no long night. I've got a monster inside of me that knows how to find you. You're the darkest spot in the night. I always find your darkness in the night. Won't stop thinking. It's so easy to see. Laying there, you know my ugliness. Windows. Windows are breaking in this room. Can I stop feeling? I'm dancing with you now. Blood is being spilled and I'm dancing with you now. You're a pain inside of me and there is no words for it. How do I heal from you, my dear? You're the lie I told myself so I could remember to breathe. What's your name? I passed 2 Chinatown drunks. They're the only cats around that look like me. So blind from crazy wine, they dance, they laugh. Maybe I love you, but I've never trusted myself. I play Russian roulette with the heart, but it's mine. Who cares? Who lives? Who dies? We're immortal. I'm scared of a real kiss. I dream of ice. I'll be basalt, Olmec, colossal head majesty, and a coward. Immovable, impenetrable, but yellow. Blind Lemon laughs at this cat. I wear the same shirt for a week, the same mask for years, a different pair of eyes every day, but it's mine. A baby's hair contains hope. I froze when it was time to call. A life, tender, sweet bluebird of a life, a pretty girl's breast. Listen now, kids. I lost my baby, let her out of my hands. I throw away my strength to avoid the shame. I lost my baby, let her out of my hands. I throw away my strength to avoid the shame. The only partner I've left is chance. Dark skies, blue sky, slate gravel, hard dirt. It just rained and I smell Thursday. I never abided by farewells till now. My ghost days are ending. This is 2005, 2006, Los Angeles. Residential rooftops over rooftop all day. Was drifting to an afternoon en una silla, comiendo mango con cuchillo, bolillo y Fanta roja. El sol brillante, la ropa y sábanas tendidas. Y yo en el sótano de mi tía en Tarimoro, cuna de mi papá y los Maldonado. Mi tía me decía que estuviera más a gusto en la sombra, pero no era corrida de toros. Y yo, sin prisa, profundamente desesperado de los rayos solares del cielo mexicano. A gusto, feliz, comiendo mi almuerzo de albañil. Sharing that rooftop with the crowd, rapping about life and the cosmos, engaged but also lifted to a concrete memory, surrounded by hummingbirds, rags, socks, and calzones. Salud. The stage of the night. Riding the train east, made the mistake of sitting in the first car. I'm city L riding legs, don't ins and outs suburban locomotive know how. Up in front, train gets a clanging when it approaches and leaves the station. We say, stop. And I can't drift off and imagine, you know, the one where I'm on some little adventure, have a secret heart on and dream. Instead, I'm agitated by an unpleasurable rhythm. I'm agitated and forced to sit in the least of man's creations, a fucking fluorescent light. Delilah cut my hair again. I'm far from my apartment and even farther from home. Ain't trying to Stevie Winwood this shit. This little metronome of hammer and bell announcing, it's started, it's over, move out the way, there I go. The hammer, the bell, the chatty high-end bag lady, rhythms, silent bedposts, dreams on hold. This is called La Sopa. The earth loves all of our touch. Whether it's getting your moss on, hiking in the woods, or fucking in the grass, there's something better or extra with nature. The moss in Ryanji Temple made you happy. This doesn't end well, usually. I wonder if you remember that you took my breath away. It wasn't the first time nor the last. To be revered and appreciated is an exchange of energy that all living things experience, or at least should. We share the same type of penchant for unmentionables and requests from a modern relationship. I said she was beautiful, and that was the truth. I may have lied about the rest. I have crumbled parts of your life. I was in a yelling and screaming and ready to fight mode, and it felt good, child. I claw and carouse and snatch and sing a canto y la belle chanson. I'm a squeeze box. I'm on the Seine. I'm in Xochimilco con un guitarrón y me echo serenata tras corridos. Whenever you hear a coyote or wolf howling, it'll probably be me, especially on the full moons. I'm done throwing bricks. I hate reflection. Don't want that kind of truth. I hate that you never sang for me. I wish I was a better student. Forgot so much about what to do, what I was. The junkies in Division Street get more love. I drank myself to death last night. Quiero esa cara que conocí, que nunca imaginé, but I knew it for 1,000 years. It ain't a ghost, not mine either. And it'll be 10 or another life before I see her again. Softest lips so far. The only S curve I really remember. Playing soul in La Racola. I see her now and then. Eyes flashed like hers. That arch to me or you that she did. Nobody has a laugh yet, though. La Bella. Mi primera tentación. O más bien, my favorite, not mine. Saturday night is greedier than me. Okay, this is called Freestyle Growl. Sometimes somebody else made a piece of music or a piece of art or a film that serves as a love letter that you can use for someone you haven't met or someone that's just going to come along or someone that's been around or someone who used to be in but wasn't and is now and is out and is dancing and playing fucking scotch or Pachisi or fucking Yahtzee or going tap dancing on other people's strings of lives and pearls and strings of strings and string theory. Then it's just Adam Devine with a new beard. And people are going, that's awesome. Or that's ridiculous. And you know, it's just 2099 and 1934 and Groans and Azure or Teal or Sea Green and Coral Reefs. Just, they're doing their thing. And it doesn't matter how many broken hearts you had or how many times you stubbed your fucking toe or took your toys and went home and didn't get no jelly in your donut. How many times you decided to play drums and all you could muster was spoons. But stars are stars and kids, they got bars and squads roll deep. Whiskey shouldn't but can be sour. Corona is almost an embarrassing summer. Spotlights like to warm a room. Sweater brow, illuminate late night thoughts. Illuminate indistractable moments of shadows and that glisten shit that happens with eyes. And then there's candles and a neckline. We can't even talk about that shit that much. X-ray in use. Mundane Saturday morning giving way, making room for chance. Yelpster breakfast places don't yet have a line. Are there really this many blinds in Chicago? Sewers are waiting to get redone. An overpass has numbered days. Some fucking street pattern think tank says slowing traffic will ease congestion. I'll lose a view of Belmont Avenue reserved for the assassins in Chicago. The smallpox-riddled blankets that are creeping west side, south side. An old man yelled the words out of my mouth, a song for the dead in a bar that used to mean something to somebody. The guy that works and got nobodies are in the same lines, walking into the sun maybe, or weaving their own cross-stitch pattern. All right, this is the last one. Saludos. Thank you again for your time, for this wonderful space. Big ups to beloved Asheville. I hope you get a lot of attention and assistance for helping out the people, the good people out there. Good people everywhere, right? Big ups and big kisses to Vanishing Cabinet Morgan. All right, this is the last one. I've come to the sick realization that I've wasted my time. Children and achievements and lives, driver's licenses, openings, ambition. After laughter comes tears. Oh, after laughter comes tears. What is mine? Am I a bad Buddhist? Doesn't matter. I'm a collection of negative spaces, empty walls that don't even have dust marks. I'm a thief. I covet. I judge. Without a God, who do I ask for forgiveness? I've written few songs that no one sings. 2 weeks ago, I dreamt of forgiveness. I awoke smiling. I was happy for almost 20 seconds. Last night, I was eating with my friends. It's come to this, I suppose. There was ever a cruelty that was mine. Back alley moans. Exciting and repulsive. I wore a laurel and didn't care. Dead men's wishes are my comfort. Dead women's hands, the strongest love. I don't lay in grass, don't need to. I still look for the moon. After laughter comes tears. Oh, after laughter comes tears. After laughter comes tears. After laughter comes tears. Thank you.
Very nice, Emilio. Yeah, that was a particularly beautiful set. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad you got to do that.
Yeah, me too, man. And you know, actually, it kind of works out because I changed up the order a bit. I think kind of matching a little bit where I was feeling today versus last week, but I think it fit better today.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think it fits, and a lot of that was like old stuff too, that was like strangely relevant.
Yeah.
Like I like the line about I wear the same mask forever or something. You know, like right? It's like now every time I go back and I find a line about a mask in a poem, it totally takes on a new meaning.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking. You know, it's funny. It was actually in the same poem. There was another section where I was talking about people like standing in line for a place.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Those spaced out lines now.
Right.
Everywhere.
Right.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder what it'll be like coming back. You know, I think things are kind of forever changed. You know, anyone who's lived through this is always going to be like, you know,
Sure.
I didn't mean to stand too close to you or something. You know, it's probably a good thing. I think a lot of things we can learn from that.
You know what? It's gonna be both ways. It's gonna be both ways, man.
Yeah, both ways. Totally,
yeah, it's gonna be both ways.
Yeah.
Because no. But what I mean by that is like, because you're gonna get these motherfuckers that are gonna like. I mean, they've been already denying it was happening or that serious this whole fucking time. So you know, there's gonna be motherfuckers like you know, you're gonna get some motherfucker that's gonna be on a talk show. It's like, am I standing too close to you? Ha ha ha! And like, you know, like talking shit about it, and it's like,
oh, I know.
Man, motherfuckers died. It's like not even like, you know. And died terribly, died horribly. People that created lives so they wouldn't have to die alone, died alone.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Fuck,
exactly. Man. Despite it all. And yet still they'll always be that motherfucker in the grocery store line with no mask on, like, oh, am I standing too close to you? You know, and it's like, you know, do whatever you want on your own. I'm not going to judge you for going out to eat or whatever, but, like, goddamn, man, just, like, for your fellow humans.
It makes me think of that conversation you had with Justin a few weeks ago about the woke hippie, conservative right-wing, you know, asshole. Like the white supremacist hippie. You know,
basically is what it turns into.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause
And it's like these assholes that are like, yeah, man, crystals and
You go down that road.
togetherness and me first.
and it ends up being the same thing as all lives matter. You know.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, get the fuck out. You know. Like.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Yeah, like, oh, we're all one. It's like, yeah, but the shit's fucked up.
That's the
okay?
goal, motherfucker.
You know?
That's not the reality.
Yeah, that's the ideal, but it's not the reality. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what we're
exactly.
saying, and your asses are kind of like, no, man.
Oh,
We're
it's
already
there. You just got to manifest it, bro.
What was, I
Like,
can't even remember the phrase that was used during
I mean-
Obama's. What was it post-racial?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're post-racial now. We got
Yeah. We elected a black president, man. What more do you want, man?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you complaining? Quit calling the race card, man. That shit's over.
Oh yeah. No, and it pretty much
Look, man,
directly
just fucking
because
protest
of that, we get a straight up white supremacist president next. You know, so.
Hey, man,
It's
just
yeah.
namaste, okay? You're saying it wrong. Just name-aced. Fuck you, man. I can say however I want. This is America. We can do our shit, man.
No, what's the one if what's the hippie say when you tell them to get off your couch? Namaste.
Oh my God!
Namaste, man.
Ah! That's so good. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Can I just tell you that mentally it's doing me so many wonders because I was where was I don't even remember. I was listening to two like old school Chicagoans. Right now, it's lost on me why or how I was listening to them. But it was like a conversation, like a video conversation or something.
Yeah.
And one of them said a ridiculous old school Chicago racist joke. And I was like, and I heard it and I was like, oh shit, why did I laugh at that? But like, I was like, oh man. That's like, oh Jesus, that's been like ringing in my head. It's like, I feel like it's like 1983. And then you said that, it's like, okay, the cleansing powers of a good fuck you hippie joke. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
And look, we love hippies, you know.
Yeah.
like
No,
my
I know.
parents, you know, my mom.
This is-
but
but
it's
I'm happy
these
to
white
laugh.
supremacist hippies that are a problem now. You know? that's
But I'm
that's the real
I'm happy to
problem.
laugh with you with them versus like laughing with these like two Mexicans saying like a racist like anti-Semitic joke. I'm just like oh shit, man.
Right.
Like I'm laughing more about these two old Chicago Mexicans being like old dudes together, but I know it doesn't matter. You know, on the fucking scorecard, you know, the fucking Angels looking at me going, "You laugh at that shit, motherfucker."
You laugh at that shit.
That's
Right.
Whatever, man.
Mhm.
You can explain it. Look at that. Look at the columns. Fuck you, motherfucker. You know, I got the Samuel Jackson Angel, like, yeah, whatever, motherfucker.
Yeah, better watch out, motherfucker.
I was trying to break down for my my nephews, like the two old ones, who are in their, they're both in like early 20s, right? About how like the range of Samuel Jackson has been somewhat diminished because he doesn't have to act that more, you know? Like he can just be like talking to you or yelling, and it's like, thank you, I'll take my $10 million.
Right.
You know? So rarely does he have to do like a range of roles.
Yeah.
That he used to when he was younger, you know.
Right,
and I was
right.
remembering this crazy, menacing character he played in Jackie Brown, where like the scariest shit is when he's whispering.
Right.
You know, he does it two times where it's like, oh fuck, how did you get murderous by dropping your voice so down low? It's like, damn, that's cold as fuck, you know. And I was trying to break that down for my nephews, like, no man, you don't even understand. It's like everyone's just like, Sammy Jackson's like, you know, when he starts yelling motherfucker, everyone's like, damn, and it's just like, nah, dude, he was even more cold when he was like, you know, acting, you know.
Right, yeah.
He doesn't have to, so you know, praise Allah
Hey.
for all that shit, man. You know,
More power to him.
keep banking. Yeah. But you know, so anyway, I don't know. It just made me think
Hell
of
yeah.
that right now.
No, that's what's up.
Oh man.
Well, dude, it's been great, man. It's always a good time with you here. Thanks
Thank
for
you
stopping through
that-
tonight.
That chat, that did my
Of
heart
course.
so fucking good, bro.
That's good stuff. Well, we're gonna get together before too much longer, so
Hell yeah.
hang in there, man. Keep staying safe.
Big hugs, big abrazos to Morgan.
Yup,
You know,
stuck in
I'm
the
looking
poetry
forward to checking
bunker.
the show. As soon as this is over, I'm gonna start playing it to see what I missed, because I feel like I
Awesome.
missed a lot of stuff, man.
Oh yeah, definitely check it out. Yeah.
Definitely looking forward to helping out Beloved Asheville. I see it's
Mhm.
scrolling below. Donate belovedasheville.com.
That's it, right there.
www.belovedasheville.com. And what's the Asheville Fringe website?
AshevilleFringe.org, or you can just go to poetrycabaret.com, and it takes you right to the ticketed link, so you can watch the show there. Yeah.
Heck
yeah.
yes.
It's an awesome show. Yeah, I can't wait to hear what you think about it.
Yeah, man.
And
now I got money I can afford. I can pay for the show. Because I was like last week when we were talking about it, it's like, okay, as soon as I get my my cobbler check money together, then I'll be able to go buy that shit.
Awesome. Well, we do appreciate it. Yeah, and definitely, man. And yeah, we'll do more stuff, and we'll see you next week.
Big
love
big,
you too, man.
Big appreciation to all the poets that keep coming back, that came back for the first time, all that stuff.
It's an awesome bunch.
You guys, thank you much, brother.
Much love, man. Y'all give it up one more time for Emilio Maldonado. Lincoln Park.
Lincoln Square.
Lincoln Square. Get it right. Lincoln Square in Chicago. Shout out to Lincoln Square. I'm like, shout out to Lincoln Park. Like, I know where any of that is. No, I actually know where Humboldt Park is in Chicago. Josh used to live not too far from there. So I've been around there. Chi-Town. What's up, Windy City? Anyway, all right. Okay, cool. I'm gonna stop pretending and read some poems here. So thanks for joining in tonight. Of course, that link's right there on the screen. Donate to BeLoved. Please donate to BeLoved. They do a lot of great work here in Asheville. Really great organization there. And thanks again to Amy Cantrill and Pancho Bermejo for joining us tonight on the mic. That was really awesome. And thanks to all our open mic performers. It's really been a great night, and we'll be here again next week. I think we got a great feature poet lined up, and I'm really excited for it. So y'all always keep it locked here to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, and thanks to our sponsor, Sovereign Kava. All right. This poem's called Yellow Bucket, and this goes out to my dad if he's still tuning in. That enormous tree, fallen, brown leaves, horizon uprooted. I named it Triamenic, in the woods, behind the golf course, at the bottom of a steep potholed alley. Dad and I hunted golf balls with a yellow bucket. On our walk, we found a pedal car, missing a wheel, among the leaves. He painted it brown for me, like the family Honda. Replaced the wheel. I drove in circles on the patio, and the pedals gave me a blister. My foot, a moon. Fast witness. Music erases the poems in a small book as I lie in bed. The next room rattles. I wanted more time. Poems replace my memories with yellow walls and pine wood floor a black umbrella beside the door to vast summer sky. A cello lets out a green tongue on a golden blanket. Pears ripen on the mantle. To the mice in the chimney tonight, we will give our best performance. Yet, tomorrow, all will be the same. Got some Kava here. Oh gosh, that's rough stuff. You know, the worse Kava tastes, that means the better it is. So, you want that nasty. But if you're performing tonight, you get a double of nasty from Sovereign Kava. So check them out, and please support Sovereign Kava. They're our sponsor for this event. Just be sure and wear a mask when you go down there. Much love to the Kava Bar family. This is called Stealing Beer from the Drunk. Friends pass into our memory. Acres of fog press into our temples. Friends become bitter and fall. Where we began was the moment, and it wasn't meant to happen. Friends take leaps and fuck up. It wasn't staged like a one night only. All our practicing was real. Mountains of coal bury us. Friends call through insane wind. Full moon pierces a purple sky. Your boy with the axe handle. Where have we let them lead us? The cries weren't for nothing. We needed a friend for a day. This poem's called At Work. At work. The clock. A history of circuitry and dust. Hands like a drill sergeant, inspecting his ranks, attentive only to the air inside the glass. Under the clock. The aroma of wet leather on the first Sunday in April. Laboratory inscription bears the letters quartz, but it holds no gold. Only an idea of what time should look like and how it should sound. Rent, 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 rent. Striking a match too quickly, losing the flame. Whose idea is it anyway? Why should we rent away our lives only to start over at midnight? On its rough face, numbers shine like hair, each waiting for its part of the minute. This is a poem translated from the Spanish of Cesar Vallejo by Robert Bly. This is black stone lying on a white stone. I love this poem. I will die in Paris on a rainy day. On some day I can already remember. I will die in Paris, and I do not step aside. Perhaps on a Thursday, as today is Thursday, in autumn. It will be a Thursday, because today, Thursday, setting down these lines, I have put my upper arm bones on wrong, and never so much as today have I found myself with all the road ahead of me alone. Cesar Vallejo is dead. Everyone beat him, although he never does anything to them. They beat him hard with a stick, and hard also with a rope. These are the witnesses, the Thursdays, and the bones of my arms, the solitude, and the rain, and the roads. I'm going to do New Orleans by Joy Harjo, our poet laureate. This is the South. I look for evidence of other creeks, for remnants of voices, or for tobacco-brown bones to come wandering down Conti Street, Royal, or Decatur. Near the French market, I see a blue horse caught frozen in stone in the middle of a square, brought in by the Spanish on an endless ocean voyage. He became mad and crazy. They caught him in Blue Rock, said, "Don't talk." I know it wasn't just a horse that went crazy. Nearby is a shop with ivory and knives. There are red rocks. The man behind the counter has no idea that he is inside the magic stones. He should find out before they destroy him. These things have memory, you know. I have a memory. It swims deep in blood, a delta in the skin. It swims out of Oklahoma, deep the Mississippi River. It carries my feet to these places, the French Quarter, stale rooms, the sun behind thick and moist clouds. I hear boats hauling themselves up and down the river. My spirit comes here to drink. My spirit comes here to drink. Blood is the undercurrent. There are voices buried in the Mississippi mud. There are ancestors and future children buried beneath the currents, stirred up by pleasure boats going up and down. There are stories here made of memory. I remember DeSoto. He is buried somewhere in this river. His bones sunk like the golden treasure he traveled half the earth to find. Came looking for gold cities, for shining streets of beaten gold to dance on with silk ladies. He should have stayed home. Creeks knew of him for miles before he came into town. Dreamed of silver blades and crosses, and knew he was one of the ones who yearned for something his heart wasn't big enough to handle. And DeSoto thought it was gold. The Creeks lived in earth towns, not gold. Spun children, not gold. That's not what DeSoto thought he wanted to see. The Creeks knew it and drowned him in the Mississippi River so he wouldn't have to drown himself. Maybe his body is what I am looking for as evidence. To know, in another way, that my memory is alive. But he must have got away somehow. Because I have seen New Orleans, the lace and silk buildings, trolley cars on beaten silver paths, graves that rise up out of soft earth in the rain, shops that sell black mammy dolls holding white babies. And I know I have seen DeSoto having a drink on Bourbon Street, mad and crazy, dancing with a woman as gold as the river bottom. Joy Harjo, our poet laureate. This is by Thomas Lux. Tonight, I'm sleeping on the roof because each night when I sleep in bed, I inevitably fall out of it. The bed is only 2 feet from the floor. I'm sleeping near the edge of the roof. It's a test of my subconscious. That blind swimmer with a candle in his mouth. If I fall off, it may be possible for the first time to measure the speed of sleep. How fast, how deep we fall. If I don't, this is where I'll sleep every night. I think I'll feel uncomfortable. I think I'll feel comfortable. I think I'll feel comfortable. For which one of us has never fallen 1,000 feet or more asleep? Remy of the Barks. An empty garlic. You miss the garden because you want a small fig from a random tree. You don't meet the beautiful woman. You're joking with an old crow. It makes me want to cry how she detains me. Stinking mouth with 100 talons, putting her head over the roof edge to call down tasteless fig. Fold over fold, empty as dry rotten garlic. She has you tight by the belt, even though there's no flour and no milk inside. Death will open your eyes to what her face is. Leather spine, black lizard. No more advice. Let yourself be silently drawn by the stronger pull of what you really love. What I meant was, the diver's clothes are lying empty. You're sitting here with us, but you're also out walking in a field at dawn. You are yourself the animal we hunt when you come with us on the hunt. You are in your body like a plant is solid in the ground, yet you're the wind. You are the diver's clothes lying empty on the beach. You are the fish. In the ocean are many bright strands and many dark strands, like veins that are seen when a wing is lifted up. Your hidden self is blood in those veins that are lute strings that make ocean music. Not the sad edge of surf, but the sound of no shore. But the sound of no shore. In the ocean are many bright strands and many dark strands, like veins that are seen when a wing is lifted up. Your hidden self is blood in those veins that are lute strings. Those veins that are lute strings that make ocean music. And those veins that are lute strings that make ocean music. Not the sad edge of surf, but the sound of no shore. Not the sad edge of surf, but the sound of no shore. Let the beauty we love be what we do. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. Don't go back to sleep. Don't go back to sleep. You must ask for what you really want. Don't go back to sleep. People are going back and forth across the door sill where the two worlds touch. The door is round and open. Don't go back to sleep. I would love to kiss you. The price of kissing is your life. Now my loving is running toward my life, shouting, what a bargain, let's buy it. Daylight, full of small dancing particles, and the one great turning. Our souls are dancing with you. Without feet they dance. Can you see them when I whisper in your ear? All day and night music. A quiet, bright reed song. If it fades, we fade. If it fades, we fade. Today, like any other day, we wake up empty and frightened. Don't open the door to the study and begin reading. Take down a musical instrument. Don't open the door to the study and begin reading. Take down a musical instrument. Let that beauty we love be what we do. Let the beauty we love be what we do. There are hundreds of ways to kneel and kiss the ground. The breeze at dawn has secrets to tell you. There are hundreds of ways. Let the beauty we love be what we do. Let the beauty we love be what we do. Let the beauty we love be what we do. Thank you for coming to Open Mic tonight. It's been an honor and a pleasure. My name is Caleb Beissert. Thank you to all our Open Mic performers tonight. Our sponsors, Sovereign Kava. Our technical directors, Morgan Beissert. And tonight is all a fundraiser to benefit Beloved Asheville, doing incredible work here in the community. Thank you so much, Beloved. Please donate whatever you can to help them and help people and help save lives. see you next time. Much love, y'all. Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Love streaming.
trying on hats, having a lemonade. The expressly dull times, my darling, your friends liked me more than you, I suspect. Loyalty is sometimes taken for granted. I'm gonna sit on the floor and do some caresses to the rug, get my fingers vibrating. I hide a bottle of brandy in a jacket pocket. You find strangers' lips ready and warm. I promise the phrase "you should" has been 86 forever. Ice cream's on me next time. tip jar, by the way, and the bartenders do too. We really appreciate it. Thanks a lot, y'all. Have a great